Stand up, New York Giant fans. Day 2 of the NFL Draft, Baddog. A lot of fireworks yesterday for the New York Giants, most active team in the NFL last night with the trade up. Tonight, be a little more chill. We'll probably talk some movies. We'll probably talk some food.
Yeah.
One, as of now, there could be trade ups, whatever it may be. But as of now, the Giants only have one pick tonight, and that's at pick 65. So we'll see about 30 picks or so go off the board before we pick. So we have no idea who we're going to take, but we know one thing. It won't be a quarterback because the New York Giants last night end up with Jackson Dart. But excited to be back on with you, Baddog. And what's going on, my man? Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. Like, it was like the intro.
Yeah.
And that was it. I just sent you a text, by the way, so check that out when you can. But, Chris, I also thought it was funny that I don't know if you did see it because you liked it on Twitter. Abdul Carter quoted my guy over here. He said, "New York Giants stand or New York stand up." He watches.
That's true. With like the 5
he said, "New York stand up." He's ready to go. We love the Abdul Carter pick. Think that the Giants did a really good job last night. We discussed it on Giants Collective just beforehand. You got the best player in the draft, in my opinion. You got the best player available without question at number 3, and you were able to get back into the first round, not give up a ton. You gave up a back end of the third round pick, 99. You gave up next year's third. That isn't anything to go up and get a quarterback that your coach has conviction and belief in. I think they executed the plan perfectly. I think Joe Shane has done a very good job of being aggressive and not desperate. Take a look at what the Falcons did. That's desperation. I don't know what the hell they were doing, trading up 20 spots to get a defensive end and giving up next year's first-round pick. That's not usually what you do for a defensive end, especially at 26. You're not talking about a top 5 guy, or a defensive tackle, rather. And defensive tackles are, I don't want to say a dime a dozen, but it's a strength of the draft class. So we didn't do something like that. He didn't trade up to 13 to get him and give up next year's first. I think he's did a good job.
I don't see any reason to be upset with last night's result. Maybe you had your preference at the quarterback. I get all that. But overall, I think the strategy was sound. He waited till the appropriate time to trade up. He didn't give up much to go up and get the quarterback of their choosing. It made sense. And I think I said it on our stream right before it happened. It made complete sense to jump up to 25 because obviously the Rams were picking at 26 and they were a team that potentially could take a quarterback. So the Giants picked the right spot. I think they gave up as the least amount of draft capital they possibly could to feel confident that they were going to be able to get their guy. They waited till after the Steelers picked. They waited till pick 25 to jump the Rams, and that was really the last team that was on the board outside of factoring the teams that they were worried that may look to trade up, in addition to themselves, like the Browns, to go up and get their quarterback. They didn't give up much to get him. We'll see about Jackson Dart. We don't know, but I'm thrilled we ended up with Abdul Carter. And listen, you brought in Brian Dable because he's a quarterback guy. That was the quarterback that Brian Dable identified was his favorite quarterback in this year's draft class that was obtainable. Cam Ward was not. We knew that the Giants were going to need to take a quarterback. That was blatantly obvious. As we've said, that Joe Shane doesn't have a leg to stand on to keep his job at the end of the year if he doesn't draft a quarterback early this year. If the team wins 5 games, now he has something to sell John Mara. So it was blatantly obvious that they were more than likely going to do that at some point in this draft. It was just a matter of when, not if. They end up with who we feel is the best player in this draft and their second favorite quarterback. So we'll see where it goes from here. I think today, Baddog, only one pick as of now, but you're thinking trenches, you're thinking offensive line, you're thinking defensive line, you're thinking running back. The Giants brought in 5 running backs of their top 30 visits, a lot of players who were projected at that position to go in this round. So certainly a possibility, and we'll see how the draft unravels, but let's say hello to a lot of people in the chat, Baddog. We got Davey, we got Rob, we got Bliss Fam, we got BC, we got Afghanistan. We've got Brandon. He says, stop helping the Rams. Brandon, I couldn't believe that trade. And I didn't even know it when we were live. I said it to Baddog on the show right before we went live here. I didn't even know it because we were so enamored, excited
that Jackson Dart.
That we got Jackson Dart. I found out after the fact this morning, they gave up a future first-round pick to jump from 46 to 26. Granted, it's a big jump, but it's for a defensive end. And I think the Atlanta Falcons will more than likely make the playoffs this year, so it'll probably be a pick in the 20s. But if they don't, you're potentially giving up a top 10 pick next year to jump from 46 to 26 to get a defensive end. That was a massive haul by the Rams, a good trade by them. Obviously, that and it's funny, Baddog, they made that trade within seconds of
Yep.
the Giants selecting Jackson Dart. So it makes you think, was that a preset trade that they had in case, but they didn't pull the trigger until they saw that Jackson Dart was off the board. We'll never know. But overall, really fun day one. Independent says, good or bad, there is no question that Dart could be Shane's defining. I'm concerned. I want to make sure I read this right. Good or bad, there is no question that Dart could be Shane's defining. I'm concerned. Dart from one read stem. It's what he's sitting for a year. Well, I think what you're trying to say there is you're worried about the system with Lane Kiffin. A lot of people said that at Ole Miss that they were worried that he was a one-read quarterback. Listen, that's Brian Dable's job to identify. He felt he fit his system the best. We'll see. I mean, he's athletic, that's for sure. He's got a pretty sound arm, and the Giants feel good about him, and we're going to find out, right? Brian Dable's had success with quarterbacks in the past. Didn't have tremendous success with Daniel Jones, but Daniel Jones' best year as a pro was with Brian Dable. Obviously got a lot out of Josh Allen. Obviously got a lot out of Tua at the collegiate level, Jalen Hurts. We'll see. Gotten more out of DeVito than you could have hoped for. So he's got a history of getting the most out of quarterbacks. So we'll see how he does with Jackson Dart when he sees the field. Baddog, I think we both agreed on this. The plan is as clear as day with Jackson Dart. I don't think the Giants want Jackson Dart to see the field outside of maybe the last 4 or 5 games next year. I think it's Russ's show, and maybe late in the season you get to see the rookie a little bit, but I think it'll be Russ.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like I mentioned on Giants Collective, I saw RG3's tweet and saying the Giants have no idea what they're doing. They bring in Jameis Winston, then they bring in Russell Wilson to replace him. Now they're drafting a quarterback that's going to be sitting his redshirt year, which would mean not just this year, but the year after that, behind these two guys. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Russell Wilson's here for 1 year. He's your bridge quarterback. Jackson Dart starts in 2026. Jameis Winston's still your backup in 2026. What are you talking about? The plan is as clear as day. And people want to compare Daniel Jones and Jackson Dart. I understand the comparisons, but I'm going to tell you this. Jackson Dart is coming into a much better situation. Number one, Daniel Jones was picked 6th overall. That was a massive reach. He came from Duke, okay? Duke is not known for their football prowess, okay? Yeah, maybe Jackson Dart's stats came against lesser teams, but he played in the SEC. Also, Jackson Dart's not filling the shoes of Eli Manning. There's no pressure here. You're not picked 6th and immediately replacing your best quarterback in the history of your franchise. There's less pressure on him to perform, and he's coming into a much better situation. Daniel Jones didn't have Malik Neighbors to throw to. Okay, he didn't have that guy. The Giants, the offensive line is still a work in progress, but they've been working on it. You know what I mean? He's going to come into a much better situation. He's going to be able to rest for a year. He's going to have leadership of, Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. That's a good quarterback room. They're good veterans in there. He can learn a lot from them. And Brian Dable hand-picked him. Daniel Jones was forced upon Brian Dable. And I'm not saying Dable didn't like Daniel Jones, but that wasn't his guy. So I think that Brian Dable had much more conviction than a guy like Jackson Dart. I think the situation is much better. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. So you just need a guy that's good enough that can make plays, but you got to build a team around him. And I'm going to continue to say, because I don't give a shit what any Eagle fan tells me, Jalen Hurts is not an elite guy. He's never been an elite guy. He's good, and he's great because of the situation. That's what you want to do. You don't need an elite guy. You don't need Josh Allen. You don't need Pat. That helps. But you don't need that type of guy. Jalen Hurts is not Pat Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Joe Burrow. But he wins. That's all you want. That's all you care about. So build a team around Jackson Dart. Let the guy have an opportunity before we kill the pick in the trade. Let's just see what the hell.
I agree with you. I think they're setting Dart up to be in a really good spot. Whether or not he's going to be successful, I don't know. But I think they're putting him in the right situation. You have Malik Neighbors now entering year 2. You're not going to have to rush this kid in at all. Where he was picked at 25, you brought in a Hall of Fame quarterback in Russell Wilson. He gets to sit, he gets to learn for what you hope is a whole year. And you don't have, especially if you're Shane, you don't want to expose him too early because that puts your job in jeopardy. You want to make sure you have as good of a team as you possibly can before you put your job on the line. So I don't think he's going to try to rush him in. I think the plan is to take their time with him and do it the right way, unlike what they did with Daniel Jones when they threw him in after just 2 weeks in his rookie year when they had Eli Manning on the roster and they didn't have much support around him. outside of Saquon Barkley. So I think they are setting this up well for Jackson Dart, and we'll see if he can take advantage of it. And we'll see if Brian Dable gets the job done and does what he was supposed to do when he took the job. Let's talk to Al Batts. He said, by the way, I'm on ESPN, but they got the
NFL Network. I literally just changed it.
yeah,
So
let me change it to
NFL
NFL Network real quick. Al Batts, he says, help Hype Eyes on. Grab a running back tonight. What's going on, Al? Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for popping back in. Of course, was in the stream last night. I think running backs should play. I mean, I think Baddog, I don't know if they're going to drop, but the 3 running backs that you got I have my eyes on at least are, and I don't think maybe one drops. Judkins, Henderson, both from Ohio State, and Scadaboo. I think one of those 3 guys are certainly guys that are at least possibilities. Giants had all of them in for top 30 visits. Probably more so second round picks, but you never know. One could trickle down into the early 3rd round. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, obviously you got offensive line, defensive line. I think that you're going to have your eyes out on that, but Will Johnson's still available. Of course, you're always worried about the injury concerns there, and that's why he's fallen. Not from a Giant standpoint, but you're interested to see where Shedeur Sanders ends up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting for sure.
So we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. But Al, man, thanks so much for being here, man.
Al. Big Al.
Let's see. Sean, what's going on, man? Thanks for being here, buddy. He says, happy day 2, gents. O-line or running back at 65. I mean, what I'm hoping for, I'm hoping for offensive line. But at the end of the day, I want them to take the best player available. So if a guy like Judkins falls and they have him ranked in the top 40, take him at 65. I want you to take the best player on your board. But in an ideal world, I would like the best player available on the board to be an offensive lineman or a defensive tackle at pick 65. That's what I'm hoping for here tonight, because you can never have enough talent in the trenches, especially when you're in this division competing with the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'm all for it. And I think if we don't take a running back at 65, Baddog, I think we'll take one at 105. I think it's definitely a position they're going to take in this draft.
Yeah, without question. I don't disagree. We need a running back. So eventually we're going to do it. I think we had a good night 1. We'll see what Jackson Dart is, but I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to kill him. It is what it is, man. And I'm interested to see where Shedeur Sanders goes for sure.
I think that's the biggest question mark, Baddog, of the night, is where he ends up. Not from a Giants standpoint, but just from an NFL standpoint. Yeah. Chrissy Baddog's intern said, I had a Giants fan literally try and argue with me that we should trade Wilson and go into the season with Winston, Dart, and said Dart is good to go. Why? What are you going to get for Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson got $10 million. He doesn't. I mean, the Steelers let him leave. No.
Nobody else signed him,
and he serves a purpose. He's valuable. He brings a lot of experience. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's exactly what Kurt Warner was for Eli Manning. He's a guy that starts the year. He learns under. He brings a lot of value, and he takes pressure off the rookie quarterback year 1. So there is no reason to get rid of Russell Wilson. I think he's going to be the starter for at least half the year, if not close to the full year, if he plays well. So no reason to do that.
Yeah, agreed. That'd be insane.
Yeah.
But some Giants fans are insane. It just why would you trade him? Like, you wouldn't have signed him if you plan on going in with Jackson Dart.
No, I don't think that's the plan. I mean, you never know. Like, plans change. If Jackson Dart is incredible in training camp, maybe they accelerate the process a little bit. But I think the clear plan is Russ is going to start the year, and they'll take it week by week.
Yep.
Cruzon says, I think Tyler Shuck will make a lot of teams regret passing on him. Rooting for Dart, of course, but I think Shuck will be the best quarterback behind Cam. A lot of people like him. You worry about injuries, right? He's had injury concerns. He's a little bit older. That's never that big of a concern for me about as far as age goes, because
he's 26. He's not 36.
Yeah, quarterbacks play nowadays until 40 if they keep themselves in good physical condition. So that's never a massive worry for me. But a lot of people liked him. I watched him at the combine. I wasn't thoroughly impressed with some of the throws that I saw, but obviously we're not getting him. We'll see Cruz on where he ends up. I'm leaning he's probably going to be early day 3, but you never know with the quarterback position. You never know.
You don't know, because there's not a ton of them in this. But it'll also be interesting to see where Milroe goes today, because I think Milroe
will go today.
And then, of course, there's a couple other quarterbacks that we haven't talked about because the Giants had no interest. Quinn Ewers, who came into last year as, or a year ago, he was projected to be like a first-round pick. He obviously he got hurt last year. He didn't play well last year, although Texas was good. He wasn't great. And then an interesting one to me is Dylan Gabriel. Obviously, being an Oklahoma fan, I know about Dylan Gabriel. He transferred to Oregon. He had a great year there. I was never enamored with Bo Nix. I wasn't the only one that was. I didn't like him at Auburn, and I thought he was a product of the system in Oregon. Obviously, I wasn't the only one. There was a lot of experts that thought that too, and he blew away their expectations. So you never know. I think Dylan Gabriel, I'll be interested to see where some of these quarterbacks go. Kyle McCord is another one. And obviously,
yeah, he'll be an interesting one. He played at Syracuse last year, had a good year.
Will Howard is another one. So we'll see where these guys end up. Riley Leonard, no.
He might get drafted, but not
He will get drafted, I would think.
Yeah. But Big Daddy, thank you so much for being here. He says, last night I said, my mistake. He said, not cancer, but yeah. I remember you told me you were sick. I must have misrepresented what it was. But regardless, I'm glad to see that you're doing better. I remember you telling me that, Big Daddy, and I felt bad. So I'm glad to see that you're doing better. I know you're a huge Giants fan. You've always been a great supporter of both of ours.
Yeah.
Glad to see that you're getting to enjoy the draft along with us, Big Daddy. So thanks so much for being here. And most importantly, I'm happy that you're doing a lot better, man.
Yes, me too. Big Daddy. Let's go, baby.
Larry J says, I want to believe that Dallas drafted a guard as a reaction to Abdul Carter.
They did.
Quite possible. Now, to be fair, Dallas always drafts linemen. So, but not just for the division in general. I mean, the Eagles' pass rush is ridiculous. So
True.
You better have a strong offensive line in this division. So
facts. Those are facts.
Another reason why we should take one at 65. But
yeah, those are facts. Those are the facts of the case, and they cannot be disputed.
Right now, Baddog, on paper, and I hate to say on paper because we're fans. At the end of the day, we overrate our team. I'll be the first to say it.
Of course.
But how excited are you? I was thinking about it today at work.
Be good, man.
The pass rush, man. I'm not saying the overall team. I'm not telling you we're going to a Super Bowl, but the pass rush specifically.
Could be special.
How excited are you about this pass rush next year?
I'll tell you, as a guy I mention all the time, I grew up in the 80s. I know all about good pass rushes. And then, of course, we saw it again in 2007 and 2011. These guys, the Giants, have always been predicated on Giants football, which is defense and running the football. Tyron Trace is really good. We got to build the line. We got to get another running back in here. We got to get a quarterback that's competent. I think we have the quarterback that's competent, Russ Wilson. We'll see what Jack's dart is. Continue to build the old line, get a running game going. But when you look at not just the pass rush, Chris, but the improvements that they made in the secondary, and a year with Drew Phillips, who was great last year, and a year with Tyler Nubin, and now they're acclimated to Bowen's system, and they have a year under their belt. This defense could be, I won't say an elite defense, but I think they have the possibility to be a top 10 defense. And the way you're a top 10 defense is by getting off the field on third down. When you have guys like, when you add an Abdul Carter to a Thibodeau, a Brian Burns, a Dexter Lawrence, and a secondary that's not going to be as weak as it was last year, the Giants defense should be a lot better this year. And if Shane Bowen can't get this defense to perform, then he should be greeting people at Walmart.
He should be kicked out of the NFL. Picks in, this could be Shedeur. Picks in for the Cleveland Browns here.
Well, they're not showing Shedeur, so it probably isn't.
I don't think it will be, but it could be. Let's see where they go. But Tim says, like button's looking. I appreciate that. I always forget to say that. Hit that like, subscribe, and the bell. Appreciate all you guys for being here. Of course, we're lunatics, so we'll be here tomorrow for day 3 as well. But thank you to everybody for being here. MJ says, did you guys find Mel Kiper's MJ, I'm going to be honest. People were saying it in the chat during the stream last night. I don't have the volume on when I watched the draft, so I didn't get to hear what he said. I know that people were saying he was ranting over the fact that Shedeur Sanders hadn't been drafted, but I don't know the specifics. I'm sure I'll see clips on YouTube after the fact, but by the time the draft was over last night, it was like 12:30. I was watching some clips for about an hour over, the guys that we had drafted and what, what they said to the media the night of. So I didn't get really an opportunity to watch what Mel Kiper specifically had to say. I know that he was ranting about Shedeur falling. But let me read the rest of it. He ruined Cam Ward's moment, and in my opinion, Darts talked about Shedeur during 1/3 of the pit. Yeah, like I said, I didn't get to hear it, MJ, but I know a lot of people said what you basically said.
Well, there's a reason that McShay ended up being a GM at one point and Kiper hasn't. Let's just put it that way.
And they go with the linebacker. One of my subscribers loved him. Yeah, he messaged me on Twitter about him multiple times. Loved him. So the Browns go a linebacker here, and Shador continues to tumble down.
Yeah, Shador's gonna tumble now. I mean, the next team that could probably take him is Pittsburgh, right?
Or Cleveland, who picks again, but they would have taken him at 33 if they were going to take him.
True.
Yeah, they pick again at 35. So
yep.
Raiders could definitely take him at 36.
True, that's true. And I mean, sure, Sanders is a perfect Raider.
Yeah. Brad says it's a long shot, but what happens if Russ plays good enough and we make the playoffs? Do we sign him for another year? I actually mentioned that, I think, last night after they took Jackson Dart. I'm not predicting that, Brad, but it's at least a possibility. I do think it's I think it's a low probability, but if the Giants win 11 or 12 games, Russ plays well, maybe you go back with the same plan the next year if he's willing to come back on a 2-year deal with an easy 1 year out, and he's the starter. And if he struggles, you quickly go to Dart. Yeah, it's at least a possibility. I don't think that's the plan. I think the plan is by the last 3 or 4 weeks this year, we get to see Jackson Dart, and then he's going to be the starter in 2026. But plans change throughout the course of the season. But it's possible, just not likely.
Yep, I agree.
Yep.
I even think if they do win 11 games at Ross, I think that Jackson Dart would start the next year. I still believe that because what is your future?
You think we do what the Vikings did? They didn't care that they won 12, 13 games, whatever it was with Darnold. And I think Russ Baddog views the Giants as an opportunity to get to play with Malik Neighbors and Brian Dable. If he has a good year, then a team like this, well, not the Steelers who let him go, but another team may say, all right, we'll throw him $40 million a year for a couple of years. So he views it as an opportunity for a payday if he plays well. Kind of like Kurt Warner did with the Giants, right? He was able to land with the Arizona Cardinals after the fact, go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. I saw my guy Lucas in the chat. We split those, Lucas. That's, I don't know if you have like an Instagram or whatever. I can give you more detail like in private, but we split them on that other channel.
Oh, Lucas is in the chat. Good to see Lucas.
Yes.
Thanks for being here, man.
Our guy Lucas. Where's I don't even know if it'll play on your channel, but where's my he has his own intro thing.
Chris Baddog's intern says Ward is still my guy. Hunter too, rooting for them. As long as they're not Eagles or Commanders or Cowboys, I wish them the best. So yeah, right. I'm fine with them doing well in the NFL. I got nothing against those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. And G-Man 26 says, do we go O-line or D-line? I don't think you could pencil it to a singular position. I think they're going to go BPA. But more than likely, I think it'll be one of those two positions, if not the running back at pick 65.
Yeah, agreed.
But it depends who falls. It depends on their board.
Yep.
So who I forgot. Somebody in the chat let us know. Maybe Baddog, because every year, last year I think it was Lawrence Tynes that made the picks for the Giants. Who's the Giants legend this year that's making the picks? Does anybody know in the chat? I don't know. I think I remember reading it on Twitter, but I don't remember who it is. What's up, Paulie? Thanks for popping in. What's going on, Davey? Thanks for being here, man.
Let's see.
It's Seahorn, I think. I think you're right. I think
somebody did mention Seahorn in the
somebody said Plax also, but I remember hearing Seahorn.
I should wear my Seahorn jersey. My Seahorn jersey is older than a lot of people in this chat right now. I've had that thing for 28 years. Oh.
And good to see Afghanistan, one of our OGs. He says, I can understand not liking Dable. I haven't been a fan of his lately. But what did he do today that made you think he's a pussy? Who?
Somebody in the chat said.
Oh, somebody in the chat?
Yeah.
I don't think Dable did it. He drafted his quarterback. I don't know what he's referencing, but
so I said Matt Rob from downtown said Matt Dodges. Yeah.
We got a trade. We got it. Who traded up?
Cleveland.
No, Cleveland's
Seattle. Seattle traded with Cleveland.
So Seattle's now picking at 35.
Wow, Cleveland's just stockpiling. Where was Seattle picking?
I don't think they traded with Cleveland because I think Cleveland was already picking there. I think they replaced somebody that was picking at 35. I think Cleveland was at 36. I could be wrong.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. I don't know who they Tennessee. They traded with Tennessee.
That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot Tennessee didn't start the night. It's weird how that word kind of got reversed.
They wouldn't go Shador, right? I mean, they just signed Darnold. They wouldn't go Shador.
I don't think they'd go. Or maybe they're going Tyler Shuck. That'd be crazy.
We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. They took a safety. So the pick's already leaked on Twitter.
Yeah, I was able to find. Now I know where they find it. I'm not usually on Twitter. I was only on there to see if the Giants had made a trade and all this other stuff. So, you know, but I could see where they found the stuff.
Somebody said crazy. It's strictly because of the injury rogue. That's why Will Johnson's still on the board.
Yeah,
he was projected to be a mid to high first round pick. B-Rog says, I would like to see more depth on the offensive line before running back. Go best on the board, but offensive line, defensive tackle. I agree with you. I mean, that's where my head's always at. I'm not going to be upset if they take a really talented running back if one falls like a Judkins or Henderson or a Scatterbo. I won't be upset with that, but I'm with you. Ideally, I want to get an offensive lineman or a defensive tackle.
I think Scatterbo. I mean, the Giants may trade back up into the third round at some point, but I could see Scatterbo going to 105. I could see him going that low, and maybe if maybe they get to like 92 or something, and the Giants want to get up and get him. It shouldn't take much. So I'm already thinking about my food choice tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna order a pizza.
You going with a pizza? You can't go wrong with a pizza.
I
might have to get a pizza with you.
Yeah, the only thing is it's going to be more for you. Like pizza around here, I got to pay like $40 for a damn pizza between delivery and all. So down there, it's probably like 65.
Yeah, delivery fees are crazy.
Crazy. Pizza's insane. Yeah.
So the pick is we're going to be waiting all night for this pick. The Giants still 30 picks away at 65.
Yep.
So what's the trade? The Titans get the 50 set, so they trade back 17 spots and they pick up the 82nd pick. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Much better than the Falcons trade yesterday.
Yeah, the Falcons don't know what the hell they're doing. It's how you give up a future first for a defensive tackle at 26. I don't know, man. That's why you never won a Super Bowl.
And John says you guys don't seem satisfied with Tracy as next year's run. I'm not unsatisfied with Tracy. I just think that here's a couple of things about Tracy. One, I never viewed him as the lone back like Saquon Barkley. I viewed him as a guy that was going to be part of a committee. Two, he was older to begin with as a prospect. He was 25 coming out of college. He's now 26. He's got a fumbling problem. I like him as part of a committee, but I think they could use more talent in the backfield. But I like Tracy. I think he could be a big part of the offense.
I think Tracy, value-wise, is probably his best pick last year. I mean, he was exceeded all expectations. But like Chris said, I don't see Tyrone Tracy as a guy that's an every down back. Not many are. Barkley is, Derrick Henry is, Christian McCaffrey is when he's healthy. You don't really have a ton of those guys. I don't see Tyrone Tracy as being that guy, but I think you get a guy like Scatterbo who can also catch out of the backfield. He's a power back. I like that mix of a guy that can really get it done, down there. Scatterbo was a very tough runner. He's a guy you want in there on third down and short. Eric Gray obviously isn't that guy. So, yeah, I mean, Devin Singletary is not long for this team either. I think we love Tracy. It's just he's not a guy you should be depending on to carry the load for the New York Giants. So getting him some help, I think, would only help Tyrone Tracy, not hurt him.
Yeah. How long has this pick been? It's been way too long for a second-round pick.
Yeah.
They took it all the way down.
They did. Well, the pick is in, so whoever this is took it all the way down.
Richard Sherman.
Of course. Of course he did. Yeah. Of course he did.
I don't know if he's already in the Hall of Fame, but if not, he will definitely go.
Yeah, without question.
Part of one of the greatest secondaries of all time, right? I mean,
yeah, it was. Legion of Boom, definitely one of the all-time. Him and Cam Chancellor. And
what's the pick?
Nick Amanuori.
South Carolina. So safety off the board. We don't care about that. We're not
going to. Yeah, that's Cam Chancellor size right there.
That was an appropriate guy to make that pick.
It was.
So that's okay. We're okay with guys from the secondary falling off the board.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's see. Judkins Brown, somebody said. Wouldn't I mean if I don't know if that's official, but I wouldn't be surprised. That's about where most people thought he'd go early second round.
Yep.
Independence is, I'll try this again. Dart being in a one, you didn't have to do that again, man. Dart being in a one read system is concerning to me. Also, I wanted Carter over Hunter. That trade up was nuts for number 2. I agree. It was a lot, especially for a non-quarterback independent. But at the end of the day, if Travis Hunter's a Hall of Famer, which a lot of people think he's going to be, and the Jaguars clearly think he will be, or very well could be, they're not going to care. So it could work out for both sides. But yeah, they got a ton in that trade, in that Jaguars trade, because you got to figure the Jaguars aren't going to be very good next year.
Right.
So that's probably going to be a high first round pick. They also got a second round pick with it, just to trade back 3 spots. So I think it was a really good trade for probably both teams, because I think Travis Hunter is going to be a tremendous player, which is why the cost was what it was.
Yeah, I agree. I don't, I think that it's going to be Brian Dable's job to get the most out of Jackson Dart. He's the one that picked him. He hand selected him, kind of like Shermer did with Daniel Jones. Now we hope that doesn't end up the same, because we all know that Shermer lost his job, which is why there's no way you're going to see Jackson Dart play 15 games this year. So you just got to believe in a man. I don't, like I said, I don't think he has an elite skill set by any stretch of the imagination. He's not this brilliant number 1 overall pick guy. This was not the strongest quarterback class, but he just needs to be good enough, and you need to build a team around him. It's Dable's job to develop him. It's Shane's job to build around him and win some games.
And Rio, in response to Independent Super Chat, says, Dart being a one read is awesome to me. Way better than Jones, who couldn't read anything.
There's another quote when I said Jones is a one-read quarterback. I said that mother effer is illiterate. So he can't read anything. He's illiterate.
So Judkins does go to Cleveland. Not that I thought we were going to get him, but I'm sure a lot of Giants fans were hoping, not realistically hoping, but hoping nevertheless.
Yeah. If we stayed put, they could have decided to go that route.
Henderson's damn good too. I don't think he'll get to the Giants either. Both Ohio State running backs are really good.
Yeah.
But pick by pick, Baddog. Pick by pick.
Pick by pick.
Let's see. He needs to be able to process. So you're talking about Dart? Yeah, I think that's the major concern a lot of people had for him, because of the Lane Kiffin offense.
Yep.
It's not like super pro friendly. That's what a lot of people said.
Right. But if Brian Dable feels he can make it work, then he makes it work. Travion Henderson's up there too, and they had a couple good running backs. Normally it's wide receivers that do it. I don't know. I want to see if there's any rumors about Shedeur Sanders.
Look at his hair. He's got half of it dyed blonde, the other natural.
I didn't see it because my screen went pixelated. Yeah. So who tweeted this out? Jordan Schultz says, there's a growing belief that Louisville quarterback Tyler Shuck has a legitimate chance to be the first quarterback selected tonight ahead of Colorado's Shedeur Sanders.
Somebody said that in the chat too, or earlier on in the stream, which that would be pretty shocking.
Yeah.
At that point, it starts to feel like the league might just be like blackballing Shedeur. Like they're like, we don't
have
anything to do with this guy. But hey, we'll find out. Independent says, I want to see Dart preseason games, nothing else. I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see him in the preseason, but I agree. I don't want to rush him onto the field in the regular season. I want to take
preseason.
Yeah, take your time. Make sure he's prepared. There's no reason to rush him out there. But yeah, we're all excited to see him in the preseason.
Yep.
And I'm sure we're going to see a ton of them in the preseason. So I'm excited about that. Now, do you think there's a possibility, Baddog? Because I've seen people float this idea. I think they're going with 3 quarterbacks. But do you think there's a possibility that they either trade a guy like a Jameis Winston or let him go? Now that I don't think so, right? You think they're going 3 quarterbacks, right?
I think they got to go with three quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson's up there in age. I think Jameis Winston's had some injury issues as well. So
and Winston's the long-term backup too, because he's going to. It's a 2-year deal.
Yeah, I think 4 years, $8 million. Why would you get rid of him? Tommy DeVito's obviously going to be the odd man out here.
Yeah.
But I don't think they'd trade Jameis. I think these are your guys going into the year. And even if, the Giants say they struggled or they're out of the postseason, in the middle of December, and they want to play Jackson Dart 3 games, he's going to play. Russ would probably be done at that point with the Giants, and Jameis Winston would be the backup because Russ is only here for 1 year. So I can't see them getting rid of Jameis Winston because then you're not going to have who's going to be your backup next year. Then you have to go out and pay more money for backup when you got Jameis Winston on a very friendly deal.
Exactly.
So I don't think they would trade Jameis.
So did the Dolphins just trade up with the Raiders? I think they did.
They did.
We've seen a lot of trade. I mean, I guess that's pretty common in the second round because some players unexpectedly fall out of the first round, so teams are willing to move up.
Yep.
But I think that's already the second trade we've seen in the first 5 picks.
Yep.
Picks in for the Dolphins. They gave up. They jumped 11 spots from 48 to 37.
Give up 98.
They didn't give up too much.
Nah.
A little bit, but nothing major to go up and get a player they want. Shador might not go today. It's starting to feel like they're just like blackballing this dude. They're like, we were totally hated him in the interviews, and they're starting to feel that way.
Yep.
Because I thought the Raiders might be the team to take him here early on, second round, but they trade back.
I agree. That is weird. You thought the Raiders might take Shore. They said, nope, we don't want him either. It's crazy, but
maybe Dallas does it. Who knows?
Yeah.
So they go with the guard out of Arizona.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to say it.
Who's the guard? I think we brought in I can't pronounce it, but a guard from, I want to say Missouri. I can't remember his name. Somebody in the chat might say it, but he's a guy I got my eye on as a possibility because we brought him. I think he was our first top 30 visit we brought in, and he's projected to be a third or fourth round pick. So he's a guy that I think they could potentially take today. We'll see.
Yep.
Let's see. I saw some excellent arguments that Dart was the best quarterback in the draft. Well, we'll find out when they get on. Yeah, Membo. Yeah, we'll find out. That's who I was talking about. We'll find out when they get on the field.
Yeah, that's all you can do. I mean, we can sit here and talk about these draft picks and everything else. This is a good pick. This is a good pick, but we won't know if they're a good pick until they hit the draft. I'm gonna open my window real quick. It's actually nice out. Let me open this. If I can get through all my bowling balls over here.
B-Rock says maybe the Saints go Shador Sanders. I don't think so, man. From all the reports,
the Saints don't like him.
Saints are out on him. Will Johnson's still there because of the injuries.
Yeah, I forgot about that too.
Yeah,
I don't take a chance on him.
It feels like if he gets to the Eagles in the second round, they probably
the Eagles to get him, and he'll be a Hall of Famer.
They'll probably take a swing in the second round if he gets there. It's too hot. I wanted to wear the jacket all draft, but it's too hot down here.
That's what I'm saying. Tomorrow's supposed to be rainy, but I want to. Even though this hurts my allergies.
Sanders going to the Birmingham Stallions. Would you take Will Johnson if he's there at 69? I mean, it depends. I guess it depends on the injury report. If they're turned off by it, they probably won't.
65, right?
Yeah, 65.
65.
Who's that on Baddog's hoodie?
That's it's not a hoodie. It's a blanket. It's Estelle Getty. It's Sophia. It's Sophia.
Thank you for being a friend.
It's a golden girl. We love the golden girls in this house. They even named my dog Blanche. Well, I didn't name her. My wife named her Blanche because she's a gold. Because she's a mini golden doodle. So there you go. That's this. We have a golden doodle named Blanche. I have a blanket, and every Sunday that's what I do. I wake up on Sunday morning. I make a pot of coffee. I watch Golden Girls. That's what I do. So that's how I unwind on a Sunday.
That's really your Sunday morning.
It really is. Yeah.
Pot of coffee and the Golden Girls.
That's usually what I do. Yep. I wake up. I wash
setting your ways.
Yeah, I am. Some. I'm too old. Leopard don't change his spots. Can't teach an old dog new tricks, especially this one. So that is usually what I do. Now, during when it gets nice out, obviously I'll watch it for a little bit. I won't sit there and watch it for 2 or 3 hours. Like I normally when it's shitty out. What am I gonna do? I'll watch him. The football starts during the fall, But yeah, everybody loves the Golden Girls. How you not?
I need a new show to watch. Somebody in the chat, let me know what's a good new show to watch. I need a new one. I'm kind of in between shows right now. Jason says if Johnson is there at 65, he would be BPA. I mean, if you don't factor in the injury concerns, he'd probably be the BPA right now.
Yeah, true.
They're
just talking about him going top 5.
Mobland. I think I saw a promo for Mobland. I think I saw a promo for that, and I wanted to watch. Who's in Mobland? I saw the trailer for that. I'm like, that looks like it could be good. Oh, you know what? I just started watching, guys in the chat. I started watching the new show with John Hamm on Apple Plus, Friends and Neighbors. It's pretty good. It's like 3 episodes, 4 episodes, and that's pretty good. Severance I've watched. Severance is great. That's one of the best shows on TV. You would like Severance, Baddog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would like Severance.
Unfortunately, I don't have time to watch anything, man. I'm so busy all the damn time. Especially on the puppy. Holy Jesus.
Yeah, Jason, I'm going to check that out, Jason, because it's on Paramount. Okay. I have Paramount, so I'm going to check that out because I saw the promo for it and I thought it looked good. I just can't remember it in my head what it was about.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched a new show in God knows how long, man. Been a long time. Long time.
And I gotta see Sinners. That I think I'm gonna see that on Sunday after the draft.
Yeah, someone recommended that last night.
I gotta see Sinners. I'm really excited to see that this weekend.
Why are they taking so long to make these picks tonight? Just pick your shit and move on.
It should be like 2 minutes, Baddog. 2 minutes. It 2 minutes.
It should be. Yep. Agreed. 2 minutes is right.
And Jason says the actor that played Bane. Oh, Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy played Bane, right? And now that you mentioned it, now I remember the trailer for it because I like Tom Hardy.
Yep.
Here we go. Another pick.
Who did the Patriots take? They took a lineman, right? It's gonna be wide receiver here. Maybe. I think it's the lineman first pick.
Drew Martin. That's a good one. That's a good one. He says, watch Backdoor Sluts. Great series, especially episode 9. Very well versed. Drew just said, watch Backdoor Sluts. Great series, especially episode 9, 8 minutes, 13 seconds. Go check that out. And Sinners. Yeah, I got to see that this weekend. Sinners.
Yeah. Sinner. Let's see what we got here. Why is Goodell making the pick? He's not a Patriot legend.
Yeah, what the hell, man? Get him off the stage.
Where's Rob Gronkowski? Deion Branch. Steve Grogan.
Deion Branch. He played there for a long time.
Troy Brown. Where's him? Wes Welker.
Terry Glenn.
Right. Curtis Martin.
Drew
Drew Bledsoe.
And Edward says, what do you guys think of Jihad going to Philly? I think he's a potential Abdul Carter.
Travion Henderson. That's a good pick.
I like him. That is a good pick.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody on the Eagles is probably going to turn out good. I remember the Eagles took Milton Williams a couple years ago, and I wanted him badly. They got him in the 3rd round. I think it was the pick right before us, and he ended up being great for them. So, the Eagles always, their players always turn out good. So,
of course they do, because they're a team. So
now Abdul Carter, though, I think he's on another level. I think he's the best player in this draft. So I'm super thrilled that the Giants got him.
Yeah, agreed.
Benjamin says I'm predicting D tackle. I think if I had to make a pick right now, I think it'll be a D tackle as well. I don't know which one it's going to be, but I think it'll be a D tackle at 65.
65. Well, what was I looking at before? I saw some. Let me see. I saw some names they threw out there. Let's see. Here we go. This is this. So here are some of the guys that they picked. The Athletic picked Miles Frazier, guard from LSU. CBS picks Kyle Williams, wide receiver.
To the Giants?
Yep. Yahoo has CJ West, defensive tackle, Indiana. USA Today has Jack Beck, wide receiver. Sports Illustrated and Bleacher Report have Ariante Irseri, the tackle from Minnesota. So
Arroyo, yeah, we brought him in for a top 30 visit. The tight end from Miami.
What the hell? Who do you think was the best pick of the first round in the 2025 NFL draft? Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart. Then they have Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers wasn't in a 2025 draft. What the hell is this? What the hell are they talking about here? Also says Jackson Dart, quarterback, Indiana.
What?
The hell? That's on
I thought the Colts got really good value last night with the tight end from Penn State. He dropped to
Tyler Warren, definitely.
Yeah, he dropped to like 14 or 15. They got good value.
Yeah, I can't believe the Bears didn't take him. Speaking of the Bears on the clock, they haven't finished better than 500 since 2018. Wow.
They've never had a franchise quarterback.
They have not. They have one now.
I think he will be, yes.
They have one now. Have not won a playoff game since 2010. Longest drought in the NFC.
That's crazy.
But Ben Johnson's their head coach, so we'll see what they do this year.
He's the next big thing, but the next big thing doesn't always work out as a head coach.
It's true. Caleb Williams took 68 sacks in 2024. So you would think the Bears might want to beef up that O-line? You would think.
The show 1923. I'll have to check that one out. I just started watching Black Mirror. I know that's been around for a while, but I just started watching that. It's pretty good.
Black Mirror.
It's kind of like a modern day Twilight Zone, Baddog.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
You're on board with that?
Yeah, not on that level, but that style, that format.
You can get on board with that.
Yeah. Picks in for the Bears.
The Bears. Let's go Bears. Let's go Bears. These people. You're insane. Football fans are nuts.
Corey says, how would you feel if the Giants traded down? It's day 2, day 3. If they want to do that, go right ahead and get more picks.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to get, what you're looking to do. But, yeah, this isn't really – it's not really a big deal at this point. They don't like a guy at 65 and somebody does and they want to move up and the Giants get an extra pick. Maybe they do it.
Man, these fans are having a blast.
Well, I mean, alcohol will do that to you. We know they've been drinking since the crack ass of dawn. Speaking of drinking, I don't know who that is. He doesn't know where the hell to go. Yeah, Packers fans booing him as they should. Who is that guy?
Stephen Lilly from across the pond.
Yeah.
Says, hiya, boys. Loved Abdul Carter. How could you not? You're the biggest Lawrence Taylor fan there is. You always write number 56 to go at the end of your message. Love the Abdul Carter pick. Can't wait to see him smash Dak.
Me too.
Not too sure on the quarterback dart thing. He should have waited. Let's go, Giants, number 56, go. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm fine with it. They needed it. You knew that they were going to take a quarterback. They took their shot. They didn't. It's not like they spent the 6th pick like they did with Daniel Jones.
Right.
I'm fine with it where they took him. But yeah, the Abdul Carter pick is super exciting. Luther Burden, wide receiver out of Missouri. So they go and get Caleb Williams a little more help.
Yeah. I would rather see them go offensive line. Caleb Williams got sacked 68 times last year. You want to protect your number 1 overall pick. We talk about that with quarterbacks all the time. Gets them some insurance. You know
what I haven't seen thus far tonight? Haven't seen the Shedeur Sanders couch.
No, and I haven't seen any mention of Shedeur Sanders yet. Mel Kiper must have walked off set. Paul Kuiper's in line at a buffet right now, talking to the salad bar about Shedeur Sanders.
And Conway says, could you imagine if they drafted Dart at 3? No, Shane did it right. Carter was an excellent pick. I would have been not happy if they did, because I mean, I hope he proves me wrong, but I don't believe in him to be that level of quarterback. But where they took him, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
It's a low risk, high reward type pick where you picked him.
Yeah. I wouldn't have been happy with that at all.
If you take him at 3, that's high risk, high reward.
Yep. I wouldn't have liked it.
I don't think anybody would have liked it at 3. Let's see. I love the pick, but Caleb needs O-line, Chaotic says. Yeah. I
would have went offensive line there.
That's my pick this
year.
Tuesday
last year, so
that's my pick this year, Baddog. I think Caleb is going to have a breakout year.
He very well could.
I think he's going to have a breakout year. He gets Ben Johnson. Second, maybe it'll be year 3 because second year with Johnson, but I think Caleb's going to have a big year this year. I think a lot of people are hating on him more than they should.
Yep.
Saints pick about to come in.
It won't be Shedeur.
And Rich Rod says quality over quantity. Now trade up as much as possible. Yeah, I mean, they already gave up a decent amount of draft compensation yesterday. Maybe they could trade up one more time, I suppose, but I doubt it. I don't think they're going to trade up, Baddog. I think they're going to stay in, probably just pick at 35. Maybe they trade back up into the back end of day 3, round 3. That's at least a possibility. Yeah, but I don't think they're going to trade into round 2. I don't think they'll trade into round 2.
Did Tyler Shuck go here?
It's possible.
Yeah, I mean they don't like Shedeur. We know that. Dart and Cam
Milroe, if you thinking quarterback a possibility as well.
Derek Carr's obviously got a shoulder problem, and you look at the rest of the roster: Danucci, Rattler. I didn't see their other guy, and they said that Tyler Shuck might be the first quarterback off the board. He's ranked number 2 if you look at that behind Shedeur Sanders, and we know that the Saints don't want Shedeur Sanders. So, and there's a bunch of the guys that I mentioned near the bottom of that: McCord, Ewers, Gabriel, and Riley Leonard.
Tell you what, Shedeur Sanders is going to have a lot of motivation.
He is. He definitely is. Yeah.
Rogati says, I think Dart beat out Russ and Winston. I don't think. It's not necessarily because I don't think he's going to be good enough to beat them out. It's because I don't think they're going to want to rush him.
Right.
I really think they're going to start the year with Russ. I think that's the plan.
Yep. Abdul Carter. I'm anxious to see Abdul Carter kick some ass. I'm ready to watch our pass rush just whoop some ass.
Oh, I can't wait. Let's see. Somebody said Milroe. I don't know if that's official.
Maybe. I mean, we'll see. I think they're going quarterback here, though, and it ain't Sanders. So Milroe or Shuck are probably.
Milroe kind of fits the. I mean, you're hoping he's more than that, but he fits the Taysom Hill role, right? Taysom Hill's getting up there in age.
Yep.
Let's see. It's somebody said it's Tyler Shuck.
Is it?
That's what Ross said.
It is way too long between picks, Barry. It's insane.
Ryan Ramsick.
It is Tyler Shuck. Look at his girlfriend.
He was even surprised. He looked at his phone. He's like, he's even surprised he got drafted.
Yeah. She's so happy. What she doesn't understand is once their boyfriend gets drafted, they dump the person they're with. Don't they know that?
I don't know if he's going to dump her.
I'll dump her.
She's pretty good looking.
I didn't say she wasn't, but that's just what they do. Now, my dog is much better looking than his dog, though. I'm gonna give my dog the nod. My puppy is way cuter than his dog.
And MJ says, I so want Alfred Collins. think he will be there. I've seen a lot of people. I think Bobby said that he wanted him as well at pick 65. It's certainly a possibility. We're 25 picks away, so we'll see, MJ. We'll see.
Now, look, Chicago's not taking him. Could the Jets take Shador?
I didn't spoil Chanix. I mean, I'm just reading the chat, but I read it as soon as I saw it on my TV.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guessed that they were going to take Tyler Shuck. I didn't guess. I said, could it be that they take him? Because they did say that he could be the first guy on the board today. You think the Jets could take Sanders?
Baddog, at this point, I think Sanders he might not get drafted. I'm kidding, obviously, but Matt says
might say F you. Or like Cartman said, he was just screw you guys. I'm going home.
Matt says, let's see if the Saints get as much shit as we did for drafting another quarterback over Sanders. Of course,
they won't.
Of course they won't.
You know they won't, Matt. But I mentioned that before. Why do the Giants? When I was just on Giants Collective, I was like, why do the Giants get all this shit? Every freaking team passed on him.
I can't. What do you think Mel Kiper's saying right now?
I told you he's talking to the salad bar. He's become the crazy old man. He's talking to the freaking croutons right now. How the hell did the Saints pass on Shador Sanders? How did the Browns pass on Shador?
So the Bills just traded up to 41.
They wanted to get in front of the Jets.
What could the Bills do here? Maybe get a pass rusher. What do the Bills do here? Stone Sour says, just let us watch the draft people insist in spoiling.
Don't look at the chat if you don't want to.
I won't read the chat when people give picks away. Then I'm just now.
We actually just call them when we see them on the TV.
Yeah, well, now that I'm just reading the chat right now because the Giants are so far off. But I won't read if I see something. I won't.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you don't, just mute the chat if you guys don't want, because people do that, and I've never understood it either. But it is what it is. That's part of it. I mean,
so the Bills jump 15 spots. The Bears trade back.
Hey, shit, the Bears got an extra second-round pick? Or did they have that pick?
No, they received it. They received. I mean, it's 10 picks apart. The Bills got a third-round pick back at 72, but
okay. Corey says Shuck over Sanders is madness. I agree, but a lot of people like Tyler Shuck. I mean, that was a name we really heard a couple weeks before the draft. People don't like Sanders. I think the court. Again, I'm not in the room. I'm not in the interview process, but it seems to me like the quarterback needy teams that took him in there were not impressed.
Do you think Shiloh? I saw Rob say it in the chat. Do you think Shiloh goes before Shador?
No. Did Shiloh even get drafted?
I'm kidding, but
okay.
It feels like at this point it could happen.
Can Shiloh play quarterback?
And the pick is in for the Bills.
Boy, imagine if like Quinn Ewers went before Norris. That'd be crazy.
Will the Giants select offensive tackle Cameron Williams, 65th overall? We're going to find out in 25 picks, man.
That's right. Yep, that's right. Yep.
Jets up next, waiting on the Bills to see who they take. And Mike says Sanders is the Malik Willis of this draft. He's in terms of dropping, yeah.
Sanders is way better than Mike.
I think Sanders is a better prospect, but in terms of dropping, yeah. I think they dropped for different reasons, but regardless, yeah, he dropped. Let's see.
Look at my bowling balls over here. I'm ready to go bowling again. I shot a 299 on Saturday. Not Saturday, sorry, Wednesday.
That's got to be so depressing.
Wednesday. Well, it is.
Well, for you though, because you've already gotten a 300-point game, so it's not that
I bowled 13 of those, but yeah, I haven't bowled one in 18 years. Of course, I've bowled for 17 years, but I haven't done one since 2006, or late 2006. And yeah, I had the first 11, And the 12th shot wasn't, but the ninth frame, I got lucky. I hit high, tripped the 4-pin. 10 to 11 shots I buried. The 12th shot, instead of staying behind the ball and getting under it and turning it, I came around the side. As soon as I threw it, I'm like, I didn't even think it was going to hit the head, but it did, but it hit really flat and it left the 10.
As soon as you released it.
As soon as I released it, I'm like, I didn't get any of that ball.
Yeah.
And I came around the side of it and I just knew the release. I was hoping I got lucky, but I was like, I was like, well, I can blame myself for that, but that sucks. I'm like, come on, let me carry it one time. I bowled awesome Wednesday, though.
Well, if you shot a 299, I would say so.
299, 756 with my Motive Evoke, which is a great bowling ball. I shot a couple of really shitty games too, which was amazing. I shot a couple of really bad games on top of freaking throwing those games.
Who is this? Oh, Lee Evans. He was a good receiver for the Bills.
Yeah.
Chris Baddog's intern says
he's Packer too, or am I wrong about that? Is he a Packer?
I remember him on the Bills. I remember he was pretty good on the Bills. Chris Baddog's intern says Sanders must have spat in every GM's face.
Yeah.
TJ Sanders, he was a guy
he was always Buffalo. What the hell am I thinking of? He was always Buffalo.
Eric Moulds was another good Buffalo receiver during that period of time.
Yes. Yeah. Molds on me bread, I used to say. Eric Moldsy bread.
He was on I think he was on the team that lost to the Titans in the Music City Miracle.
Yeah. Yeah. Sanders, I think, pissed at everyone's Cheerios.
So there's a defensive tackle off the board, TJ Sanders, but probably wasn't a realistic guy that could have dropped to the Giants.
The Jets are an interesting one here, Chris. The Jets are an interesting one.
Yeah, they could go quarterback. I mean, I doubt it, but they could.
They could.
They went offensive line last. The Jets have gone offensive line two years in a row. First round.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. Oh, here we go, Chris. New York commercial. Yeah.
And Travis says, you think the 49ers could take who? Could take, I don't know who you mean, Travis. You think the 49ers could take maybe maybe you mean Shador? If that's what you mean, my answer would be no. I don't think they would.
I don't think they'll take Shador.
I mean, I suppose anything's possible, but I think Brock Purdy's, they're going to keep him long term.
Yep.
Let's see. Simon says, I said earlier today, watch the Jets take Shador Sanders. I don't think they will, but they're at least a slight possibility. The Rams are definitely a possibility. I could see them. And that would be a great fit for Shador. I mean, assuming McVay stays there long term.
Yep.
Other than that, I'm looking at the teams, Baddog. I don't think Dallas will. The Colts are not going to, I don't think. They signed Daniel Jones.
Or? No. Rams, I think no, because the Rams would have taken him at 26. They would have never traded back.
No, Raiders would have done it already. They traded back.
Cincinnati, definitely not. Seattle,
they already had a pick this round, didn't they? I think.
Denver definitely not. Tennessee definitely not. Tampa definitely not. Green Bay definitely not. The Chargers definitely not. Chicago definitely not. Carolina?
And they just have Bryce Young. Yeah.
Probably not, right.
I think the only team is the Rams. That's even a slight possibility out of these next.
I think if the Rams were doing it, they would have done it at 26.
You're probably right.
There's no way they trade back 20 spots and think he's going to make it there. So
crazy.
What are Pittsburgh picks in this round? That could be.
And Chris Baddog's intern says Carter will be our TJ Watt within 2 years. I think he has the potential to be that level of player, which is why we're super excited that we got him. I think he has the potential to be a top 3, 4, 5 edge rusher in football. So
he's. Yeah, I loved the Abdul Carter pick. Loved it.
Jerry Jones might bite. I mean, Jerry Jones does like the splashy player.
Yeah.
So I'd give it a small chance. It's not like Dak's a spring chicken. But they add Dallas just added a quarterback, didn't they? Who am I? They didn't they just trade for it's they don't have Trey Lance anymore, but I think they added another one. Somebody in the chat say it. I think they traded for a quarter. Milton, yeah, they just traded for Milton. That's right.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, so I don't think they're doing it.
I don't either. Dallas ain't doing it. No. Yeah.
Big Chunga says Sanders will be a bigger name in Dallas than Troy Aikman ever was. I don't know about all that.
Yeah, I don't know about that
all
either. I don't know about that either.
What was it? 3-time Super Bowl winning quarterback?
Yep. Overrated as hell, too.
Yeah, but still big name.
Yeah, I mean, you win Super Bowls.
Hall of Fame quarterback.
You win Super Bowls. It says something.
Yeah. He
I mean,
was
he
good.
won more Super
He
Bowls
was
than
good.
somebody.
He was good, but he clearly benefited from that team.
Yeah.
LA Lou says the Rams to take a help now pick like tight end or inside the linebacker. The Rams are always tricky, man. They're always tricky to mock for but they never seem to be rebuilding, Baddog. They always seem to be trying to continue to win. So I think, but Lou's right. They probably go win now with their selections.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Rams are rebuilding.
There's been like 2 or 3 times though where I'm like, okay, it's time for them to reset, and they just keep pushing through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they would have gave Stafford that money if they were, in a rebuild.
Yeah.
So
Jets pick. Who's this making the pick? Oh, he's got some moves.
he's got one hell of a suit too. Jets fans, poor Jets fans. John Abraham, I mean, he was pretty good.
He's very good.
Yeah, I remember.
Ended up with the Falcons, right?
Yep.
Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU, goes to the Jets. So they pass up on the tight end Tyler Warren, who a lot of people thought they may take in at pick 7, and they end up going with Mason Taylor, early day 2.
Yep.
Tight end out of LSU.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We need to focus on. I think we'll take a running back. Just not. I don't think it'll be at 60. Well, it could be Scatterbo, I suppose. But I think we're going. I think we're going D-line, Baddog. I think we're going D-line with our pick.
I think they're going trenches too. I don't think they'll take a running back. If they would have kept 34 and went that way,
yeah,
I could see it. A running back at 65, but I don't see it today. I think they gotta go trenches one way or the other on either side of the line.
Yeah, I'm leaning D-line with our pick. But O-line certainly a possibility as well.
Yep. Definitely is.
He was a great player. Jason Taylor.
Well, he's Hall of Fame.
Yeah. He played for Washington too, right?
Yes, he did. There's Dr. Garrett. Dr. Garrett's out there. 49ers pick quickly. I don't know who that guy is. William Floyd, whatever ever happened to William Floyd, bar none.
That's not William Floyd, is it?
No, I see whatever happened to him.
Oh, he was one of my favorite fullbacks ever.
Yeah.
I love
Julian Peterson.
Oh, Julian Peterson. Yeah, he was good.
I remember him.
William Floyd was number 40. He was a great fullback.
He's bar none was his nickname.
Yeah. And they go with Alfred Collins. A lot of Giants fans liked him too, out of Texas.
Yeah. Well, San Francisco's defense just continues to get tougher.
So D tackle starting to fall off the board a bit.
Yep. Which was the strength of this draft class. So
yeah. Let's see. Let's take a look at I should have brought my phone down here, but let me take a look at the top 30 visits for the Giants real quick.
Oh, yeah. Top 30 picks.
Well, first let's look at the D tackle rankings. in terms of best availability. Oh, Darius Alexander, I think we brought him in for a top 30 visit, if I'm not mistaken, out of
Yeah.
Toledo. He's still available, so he's a possibility.
Yep.
Let's look at the offensive line. I think it would be a guard interior if we were going line, if I had to guess.
Mhm.
Oh, Ratledge. We talked about it, Georgia.
Yep.
He's certainly a possibility with our pick. Marcus Membo. That's the Purdue. I got the school wrong. I said Missouri. It's Purdue.
Yep.
He was the first guy I think we brought in for a top 30 visit, and he's one of the higher interior offensive lines still rated. So he's certainly a possibility, I think, with this pick coming up if he's there. Running backs: Caleb Johnson, Scadaboo, Sampson, who's explosive out of Tennessee. Possibilities. Damian Martinez is probably more of a day 3 guy, rather round 4 guy. He's big out of Miami. RJ Harvey, probably again round 4.
Who is the tight end out of Miami?
Arroyo. He probably won't get to us, but yeah, I suppose he's a possibility.
I don't know if they would go. I don't know if they would take a tight end.
The only way they would is if they had him like far and away their best player available.
Right.
Wide receiver, Trey Harris. I mean, you would get the Jackson Dart, combo there, right?
Yep.
Out of Ole Miss. If he drops, that's an interesting name to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Anthony liked him a lot.
Yeah, and that's a guy, I wasn't thinking wide receiver this early for the Giants, but especially now that you have Dart, it at least opens up that as a possibility if he falls to the Giants.
Yep.
Let's look. Linebackers. I don't know. Baddog, right now, who do you think we're taking out of those names I just mentioned?
I don't know. I have no idea what none of them.
Probably.
None of them, because they're going to pick somebody we have no clue who the other. That's usually what they do. We always try to narrow these guys down, and it never seems to happen.
I think we're going to go with the dude out of Purdue. That's my prediction. The guard out of Purdue.
I don't know, man. But they definitely could use him. I mean, without question, they can beef up that offensive line, man. You just gotta freaking run him, a quarterback. So beef up the line. Don't do him what we did to Daniel Jones. Like I said, Jackson Dart's already coming into a better situation than Daniel Jones ever had. So keep building that wall, man. Keep building the wall.
Let's see. I'm all about it, man. That's where I'm leaning. That's where my head's at. I think we're gonna go with him.
Yep.
We'll see if he even gets there, but I'll be happy with him. I'm always happy if you take a 300-pounder.
Yes, and that's why Daboll's got to start eating more burgers, so he can, so he can get to 300 pounds again.
By the way, thank you to everybody for being here. Appreciate all you guys hanging out with us when there's not a lot of action on day 2.
Not a lot of action.
Giants have one pick at pick 65, but we appreciate all you guys hanging out with us. You guys are the best. Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah, we hanging out tomorrow too. We'll have more action tomorrow.
And Al Bats, thank you again, man. He says Giants still paying 4.5 dead cap to Waller. Why do teams need to pay voluntary retirement salaries? Only 1.8 left in cap space. I would have to look at his contract, Al, but a lot of the times it's deferred money. If I'm not mistaken, Waller was a post June 1st cut, so it spreads the money out into future years. Might have been void years on the deal. I don't remember the exact contract specifics for him, but my guess is it was probably a post June 1st cut for Waller, so it extended into the next year.
Take a time deal. Waller.
Cowboys pick.
And they take the edge out of Boston College. Sure.
Mets are still paying Benoit. That joke's not funny anymore, though, Conway. It used to be when the Mets were cheap as hell. But now Steve Cohen laughs at that. He says,
Why didn't Steve Cohen just give him the whole
he might as well, right? He might as
right?
well.
Instead of dragging it out?
But when we had Wilp on, every cent mattered.
Right.
So that used to be a running joke.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm curious to see how the Mets are doing real quick. They're playing tonight. Reminded me of the Mets are losing to the Nationals with Senga on the hill, 2-0 in the bottom of the fifth. Senga's been terrific for the Mets this year so far, early season. So the Cowboys go edge. Cowboys go both sides of the line. What else is new? They always attack the line in the
True. They do.
Oh. And Bear Man, thank you very much, man. He says all the good defensive tackles are going before we pick.
Oh, that's okay. We got the best defense player in the draft. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it.
I'm leaning we're going line, Bear. I think we're gonna end up going offensive line at this point. When I looked over the talent pool that's left, that's what I think we're gonna do.
The Colts are gonna pick Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, have a 3-way quarterback battle.
Why not? We do.
I would like to see him end up with the Rams. I think that would be a good fit for him. You sit behind Stafford for 2 years. You have McVay. I think that'd be a good fit for him.
Agree, but why would the Rams go all the way back to 46 and
I agree. I don't think they're taking him, but I think that would be a good fit for him.
Yeah. See? I just look at this. Giants.com mock draft tracker 16.0. This is why you don't do mock drafts.
Yeah, we were live yesterday, Joe. We were live on Baddog channel yesterday.
Yep.
Jonathan Taylor. There's a good running back.
Yeah, he was.
Still is, right? He's with the Colts. Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Rich Rod said you skipped a super chat.
What happened?
Rich Rod said you skipped his.
Oh, sorry, Rich. I didn't mean to. Let me go back. I was away from the chat for a couple of minutes when I was looking up the. Yeah, sorry about that, Rich. I was looking at the available players. I missed it. He says, "Can you believe at one point Ward and Sanders were 1A and 1B?" I mean, this isn't the first time I've seen this, right? I mean, Aaron Rodgers and Alex Smith were 1A and 1B. Obviously, the 1B won out, but Aaron Rodgers ended up going like 24, 25. Alex Smith, first pick in the draft. This is obviously more dramatic than that. I don't remember who Geno Smith was competing with in his draft, but there was another quarterback.
2013?
Yeah, there was another quarterback that year, and Geno ended up falling out of the first round. The quarterback's a tricky position because not every team needs one, and it's very scheme dependent, like fit for your specific team. So if one team doesn't like you, you could fall 15, 20 picks. So we've seen this before where a guy that because quarterbacks often get overdrafted because of the significance and the importance of the position. They're hard to predict. I wouldn't have been shocked if he went 3. I am shocked he's going in the second round, but I wouldn't have been shocked if he went 21, 25 before the draft started.
Right, like if the Giants they went 25, I don't think that would have been because it got really cold in here all of a sudden. I can't
picks in for the Rams.
This is the Rams' first pick in the draft, right?
What'd you say?
Rams' first pick of the draft, isn't it?
No, because they traded back. You're right.
Yeah.
Lou's, by the way, I should have asked you that, Lou, if you're still listening. I'm assuming you're thrilled with that trade that you guys made last night. Like, how could you not be? I mean, I know as a fan, it's boring not to have a first-round pick, but that was I think, a heist of a deal you guys made last night.
I mean, it's probably boring, but I mean, even if you're picking like 26, is that like a huge?
Yeah, exactly.
The only fans that really get excited are ones like us that root for a shitty team because you figure you get one of the best players in the draft. But when you're already good and you're picking 26th, I mean, yeah, you want to add a first-round talent, but you're already good. I mean, you don't really need that impact player at that point. You have a bunch of impact players just trying to build some depth and maybe get a star out of it. But it's different. It's a little different than picking third.
But Kevin says, but you weren't taking a leak, were you? Kevin says, Baddog still contributing while taking a leak.
No, I was closing my window over there.
And
talking. You didn't hear me in the bathroom. The bathroom's a little down the hall.
Talking Go says, I could only imagine how Sanders interviewed with teams, especially with Dable. I mean, obviously it wasn't good. You heard rumblings of that leading, 3, 4, 5 days leading up into the draft. And it was worse than you could imagine because he still
I'm sure at some point, Chris and I work with Patty Traina again. She'll give us the scoop. She's going to let us know what happened.
Well, she told us.
She told us the Giants are not taking
him a month ago that the Giants were not taking him.
Yep.
We didn't know this, but
right. But she said they're out on him.
I think I asked her after the stream. I said, "Give me a percentage." She said 99.9%.
Not
taking Shedeur.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see. Why does Greeny keep saying the Cowgirls won defense last night? Dude been chain smoking with Mel Kiper or what?
Who? Mike Greenberg?
Yeah. He's
a Jets fan. He's getting old. He's hanging out with Mel Kiper. Yeah. Exactly. No. Melsif.
Let me see.
I'm surprised they haven't brought my puppy down here. My puppy. My little dog.
How is your puppy doing?
She's awesome.
Yeah.
She's very, very freaking lovable. The dog doesn't.
By the way, I've only had female dogs my entire life.
Same.
Yeah, I it's more so coincidental. It's not like my family always went out of their way to pick a female dog. It's just we always have female dogs.
Yep. That's what it is.
I had one male dog, but unfortunately the dog passed away very early. It had like kennel cough.
Oh yeah, I did have a male dog when I was young. His name was Chico.
Chico, yeah.
He was a German Shepherd mixed with something. But yeah, this dog she's very, very lovable. She's a little lap dog right now. And of course she wants to play all the time.
Let's see. Kush says, does Shedeur really suck that bad? Obviously,
I don't think he sucks that bad. Like talent-wise, no, but there's more that goes into being a top football player than just.
Well, especially at that position.
Correct.
There's a lot more that they evaluate than just your skill set on the field at the quarterback.
Cincinnati pick. My guy Dashy wanted Mike Green. He's still available. And Cincinnati picks in 2 picks. So Vegas we'll see what Vegas does when they get up there. Oh, the Rams. Well, it's the next that Arizona's already picking. See what the Rams do. Still not showing Shedeur, so
I don't think it'll be Shedeur. I mean, I think they're like the last team out of like the next 15 that could at least potentially take him, but I don't think it'll be Shedeur.
The Vegas Raiders are there, maybe them.
Yeah, but they traded down in this round.
True.
Yeah.
Must be cold in Green Bay. Kid a winter jacket and a winter hat on. I mean, it got cold here. When you're in Green Bay, and you're a Ram, why are you trying to get the crowd fired up? You know what I'm saying? Like, you might have a few hundred Rams there. Right.
What do you think of the draft hats this year?
I think that when you're drafting Terrence Ferguson, you really shouldn't be trying to get the crowd hyped up. What do I think about what? I'm sorry.
The draft hats this year.
The draft hats?
Yeah, they change. They have a different type of hat every year.
Oh, the draft. I thought you said draft. I thought you meant like tattoos. I thought you said draft.
Oh, hats. Hats.
They're not bad.
Yeah, I usually don't like them. I don't mind them this year. I think they're pretty solid.
They're way better than them damn gaudy necklaces they were wearing yesterday. Yeah. And I'm a jewelry guy, and I didn't like them.
And L.A. Lou, thank you for being a member, says, tight end, Terrence Ferguson, Oregon. I can live with that. So there you go. You get yourself 6'5", 255, and very athletic, good hands, and a good route runner. I'm going to tell you what, Lou. The Rams know how to draft because they never have high picks and they still field a good football.
Rams never have first round picks.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Like they got one of the best coaches in the league. I mean, that definitely helps.
We still are 20 picks away.
Oh, that's upstairs.
Here
They
comes-
just took the dog to PetSmart when I was down here, so I can only imagine what the dog came home with.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of squeaky toys.
Yeah, she definitely needs some chew toys because she's teething. So you know how they're puppies, they lick it and then they nibble a little bit. She likes to chew on socks. That's her big.
Oh, you got to keep the shoes away from a puppy.
Yeah.
Cardinals pick.
That was quick this time, at least.
They're starting to pick up the pace a little bit. It feels
Yeah.
like. John says, "How do you guys see Dart and Neighbors meshing in terms of their play styles and personalities?" Their personalities aren't going to be an issue at all. I love Neighbors' personality. I think he fits with everybody. He's himself, but he's not too brash. I love. Well, there goes Will Johnson, by the way.
Oh, there you go.
There he goes.
I wonder Arizona ran up there.
Yeah. So super talented. Only reason he dropped was the injuries.
Yeah.
His player comparison is Richard Sherman. I mean,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
It's a pretty good comparison. Don't mean he's going to be Richard Sherman, but
Yeah. So
if he fell to 65, it would have been cool with the Giants taking him.
he could definitely, be really good. So good pick there. Well, potentially good pick.
He's got to stay healthy, obviously.
Yeah. Let's see. I think they're going to, in terms of personalities, doesn't concern me at all. And I think a big reason why the Giants drafted Dart is because he throws the ball down the field. I saw a stat today, John. I can't remember the exact numbers. I was at work while I was reading it, but Dart threw down the field more than most the top collegiate quarterbacks in this draft class last year in terms of percentage. So I think Gable liked that factor as well. I think he's going to take a lot of shots down the field, and with Neighbors, it really doesn't matter. You could get him the ball on a screen pass. I think it could benefit a guy like Jalen Hyatt a lot more so than the quarterback that we've had. But I honestly don't think it matters. I think he's that good, Malik Neighbors. I don't care who you have a quarterback. That guy's going to produce. He's that good. He's that talented.
Yep. Will Johnson, one of 2 Big Ten players of 9+ interceptions since 2022. The other one, Tyler Nubin.
Oh,
Tyler Nubin, who I think had a good year last year. I think, like I said, I think Joe Shane has done a good job the last couple of years. Just we're waiting for it to translate on the field. Houston's pick is in. There we are starting to move now.
Big Chungus says collusion is pretty obvious now. Sickened by what I'm seeing. Sure will end up owning the 33rd NFL franchise after he wins his lawsuit. You can't sue teams for not wanting to draft you.
Yeah.
Whether there is some collusion or not.
Yeah.
J-Tag says Shador Sanders not getting blackballed. Teams don't pass on good players because they hold their watch up and say they are the best.
Right. If teams pass on for that, a lot of players will not be drafted.
Yeah.
Almost every player coming out of college is going to say they're the best. Why wouldn't you think you're the best?
So the Raiders traded again. The Raiders traded back again.
Yeah, they did.
So they keep
They
getting
don't
more.
want Shador. They don't want Shador either. I don't understand this though. Like people are like, oh, it's collusion. It's why? Why would the NFL do that? What do they have to gain by collusion or blackballing Shador Sanders? Like, what does the league have to gain from that? I don't understand. Like,
I just think they probably shared a similar opinion of him in terms of they didn't like his. I mean, the interviews it really seems what drove down his draft stock.
It has to be. And there wasn't that many quarterback needy teams this year. What was there? 6? We did. Cleveland did. Tennessee did. You wiped Tennessee off. They got Cam Ward, but we did. The Saints did.
Pittsburgh,
which Pittsburgh still may take them.
Yeah.
I mean, I said Cleveland already.
You could say the Jets, I suppose. I mean, I don't really
needy they are. They got Fields for 2 years. Fields is still a kid.
Yeah.
Still young.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, they could. The Rams could have, because they got guys at a couple-year contracts. Vegas, I guess, could have, but Oh man. You
Cortez-
really want to piss somebody off. That I know.
Cortez, thank you. He says, we know from Hard Knocks that it's more than talking when interviewing quarterback. Dable was going over defense and routes with JD5. Maybe Sanders, I bet. Yeah, again, I was so busy at work today, so I was skimming through stuff. There was, I'm going to have to look into it, but there was something I read that something similar to what you just wrote, Cortez, when Dable was going over, whiteboard stuff with Shador Sanders, he was left far from impressed. So I got to read more into that, but I actually read that today on Twitter with the Giants. And he says maybe Sanders has a bad football IQ or low IQ, not worthy of the first round.
You said there's more to a quarterback than just talent alone. And listen, Shador's talent isn't bad, but he's not an elite guy. He's not a guy that's going to carry a team. I feel like he can be a guy that's good on a good team.
You know what's funny? It used to be the league has changed so much, Baddog. It used to be that teams shied away from the run first or running quarterback. Now, if you can't run, which I think Shador can run, I think he's more athletic than people give him credit for. But now, if you're deemed like a pocket passer, I feel like that hurts your draft stock too. Yeah, and I think that may be part of it too. You look at all the top quarterbacks now; they're all capable of running the RPO, taking off and running with the football. That's not really in his skill set. So
Michael Penix was like that. They said he couldn't run. I'm like, just because they don't run doesn't mean they can't run.
Yeah.
And Michael Penix came out and ran a 4.38 or whatever the hell he ran, and that was impressive. He went eighth to a team that gave Kirk Cousins $180 million. Yeah. Of course, that same team turned around and went from 46 to 26 and gave up a first-round pick for a defensive lineman. So,
and JX says O-line, running back, or wide receiver. I'm leaning O-line. I'm leaning O-line. I think DT is still in play there too, but I'm leaning O-line.
Yep. One of the ESPN reporters said, "Oh, you got it. You just pulled it up."
Yeah, one of the ESPN reporters. Maybe this is what I read, but I thought I read it was with the Giants. One of the ESPN reporters said when the Titans were questioning Shador and stuff, he would reply, "Maybe this isn't the place for me." Then, yeah, that's not what I read today, but that's not a good response.
No, that's not a good response.
Yeah. Farrow says, "Hey, Baddog and Chris, I am happy with our draft picks. I love Carter, and I think Dart could be better than people think if he has the time to develop. I like Milroe better than Sanders. If he falls, I can make him a running back."
I don't know that Milroe would want to do that.
Yeah, I'm not. I think he's going to want an opportunity to try to throw the football, man.
Wow, that was a guy that people had mocked to the Giants today. Ariane Esseri. They had him 165th. I mean, these are just mock drafts, but
I don't. Giants aren't drafting another quarterback. They already have 3, 4.
Yeah,
4.
Yeah.
They're not drafting another quarterback.
Now I'm gonna go pee. Don't worry, I won't be.
You go pee. I'm gonna talk to the chat.
It's pretty good, man. I haven't gone the whole time because we did Giants Collective at 5:30.
That's true.
8:30. Hey, doing a good job. I'll be right back.
Good call, Baddog. You have been holding it in today. D'Amico Ryans has done a great job with the Texans, man, as the head coach. He's done a great job of showing them there in the Houston draft room. And they're on the clock. Let's see who they go with. That's a lot of meat that Chris. Well, I love the 300-pound men. Yeah. Wish we'd move up. I don't think they're going to want to give up any more draft capital than they have in this draft because they gave up a good amount yesterday. They gave up pick 99. They probably want to keep their picks at this point. I could see maybe a trade tomorrow because they got a couple of 7th-round picks. Maybe you pair them, you try to move up, possibly, but I think we stay at 65 and we pick, and that's probably our only pick we make today. Bengals. Who are they taking here, guys? What do I think about the reaction of the Giants? I'm going to be honest. I haven't watched any reactions. I watch them tonight. I had to work this morning, so we didn't finish our stream till like 12:15, 12:20. I know somebody in our Giants Collective channel told me the Kid Blue like went crazy. I haven't watched any of the reactions. Demetrius Knight goes to the Bengals, but my opinion on it is I don't think anything last night. If there was like reactions in terms of people being upset, I don't think anything warranted being like really upset last night. If you were a Giants fan, you could have your preference. You're always gonna have your preferences, and maybe you were disappointed they didn't take Shador Sanders, for example. But I don't think it's worth flipping out over that they took a quarterback they liked at pick 25. If it was at pick 3, of course, flip out. But I would think most people were excited about Abdul Carter, but that was kind of a foregone conclusion, which is why you didn't see me and Baddog like go nuts, because we kind of knew he was going to be the pick, and we were just happy that what we knew was going to happen happened. Last year it was kind of a little bit more of a question mark, right? Like I thought they were taking Neighbors, but it wasn't a sure thing. They could have went quarterback last year. They could have went a Dunze last year. They could have went, although Alt actually went before we picked. This year, I think we all pretty much knew Carter was going to be the pick, which is why I haven't watched back our reaction, but I don't feel like we like erupted because we kind of knew.
I had to see what they got the dog. I gotta go upstairs and see what they got the dog.
What do they get the dog?
A lot of squeaky toys and shit, which I figured she's teething, so.
And John, go ahead, Beto. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say TD Irish. Hell yeah, man. Sophia, I told you, everybody loves the Golden Girls, man. Everybody loves the Golden Girls.
And John says, you guys hear Carter is negotiating with LT to wear 50. That's not happening, John.
Ain't happening.
I'm tired. Like last year, whatever, because he hadn't played for the Giants in forever. I don't like when teams do that, Baddog. I don't like, first off, I don't like when teams go above and beyond and retire numbers and they get too happy with it, because I think that should be like a sacred thing. Like, but I don't want you taking away LT's number. Like that needs to be retired. Phil Simms' number needs to be retired. Eli Manning's number needs to be retired. I don't like that. Leave him retired. The other thing, Baddog, and we talked about it on the Giants Alliance channel today, if that were to happen, could you imagine the amount of unnecessary pressure that
he's putting the pressure himself?
Like,
I tweeted that out today. I'm like, you can't hold the weight of that number.
Yeah.
Because you don't understand. He's not just the greatest player in the history of the New York Giants. He's the greatest defensive player in the history of the NFL. And someone say he's the greatest player in the history of the NFL. Don't wear that number. You don't listen. I love the Abdul Carter pick. I think he can be an absolute stud, an elite pass rusher. Hopefully, he's a Hall of Famer one day. However, you got no business wearing.
I agree with Anthony. Give him 91. Give him 91.
Yeah, no business wearing that number. Nobody has any business even asking for that number. I like that he wants to be like Lawrence Taylor. I love that. Please, if he's half Lawrence Taylor, he's going to the Hall of Fame. You don't wear the guy's number. The NFL should just retire 56 in general.
It should be like Jackie Robinson, universally retired.
Yeah, I mean, don't.
Obviously not. He didn't have near the impact.
I honestly don't think he was being serious. I don't.
No. He's not. He's not going to wear that number.
Yeah, nobody wears that.
But I like the idea. Anthony brought it up on the channel today. I like the 91 idea, right? Yep. I mean, you're not touching 92. That's another retired number. But the probably the best, if not the best, one of the best edge rushers we ever had that's not retired is Justin Tuck. Give him 91. Maybe give him 72 for OC. Yep. You're not touching 56. You're not touching 92. You're not touching those. You have to make your own legacy, and we'll retire your number.
Let him retire his own number.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's do it.
And Sam says reasons to take Trey Harris. One, he's 6'2". A lot of people like the Trey Harris idea, and it makes sense, obviously, because of the connection to the new quarterback. Playmaker, back your new quarterback, and do everything to help him succeed. He was Malik Neighbors' high school. Somebody said that in the chat earlier, Sam. That would be a fun pick, right? You pair him with the quarterback. That'd be a fun pick. Possibility.
I'm still wondering where the hell Shador Sanders is going. Going to be interesting.
Do you think he gets picked tonight? Like, now it's becoming a real possibility he doesn't. I'm dead serious. It's a possibility.
It's a possibility. That'd be crazy if he didn't. But there, I mean, look at Carolina, no. Tennessee, no. Tampa Bay, no. Green Bay, no. Chargers, no. Chicago, no. Denver, no. Vegas, probably not. Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Chicago, Kansas City, Philly. None of them are taking Shador, and that's the end of round 2.
Yeah, I mean, the only team that remotely possible.
Vegas, but Vegas is traded back
not
a bunch
quite.
of times. Yeah,
Maybe Tampa. I know, like Mayfield's not there that long. Like I'm just trying to think of any team that could possibly take him.
yeah. I don't know.
But none of the other teams are even possible.
No.
I don't think.
Yeah.
And I think it's a combination of that too, Baddog. You brought up a good point. There are not many quarterback needy teams at this draft. There's really not, because there were last year there were so many quarterbacks drafted,
Yep.
like high in the draft, right?
Yes, there was 6 went in the top 12 last year.
Yeah.
I know you can't hear this, but this is pretty funny.
Yeah, I can't hear it. That Arroyo just went to the Seahawks. We had brought him in for a top 30 visit, the tight end, so he's gone.
Can I share that on here? Maybe I can. Let's see. I probably can do it. You just have to okay. Where's the Twitter thing? You just have to put it up. Okay? Ready? This.
Better than him.
Here we go.
Who's he? He's somebody. What about me? You're nobody. Why him? Why not me? He's good. You're not. I'm better than him. You're worse. Much, much worse.
Great show of all time.
That was great. I still can't believe, Baddog, that you never watched
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Because you love Seinfeld so much. Curb Your Enthusiasm is basically, I think, better than Seinfeld personally, but it's that same type of humor.
I think what it is, it must just be the characters. Like I'm in love with the characters of Seinfeld.
But
even
Seinfeld is based off of Larry David.
I thought George Costanza was.
Oh, I'm sorry, George Costanza.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's just like everything works so perfectly in that show. Like the supporting actors, like the Putties and the Newmans and the Banyas, it all just works. The parents of both Jerry and George, it just works.
And the Panthers pick is in.
He's good. You're not. I'm better than him. You're worse. He's talking about Ted Danson, of course, there.
And 91 should be retired too, bro. I love Justin Tuck. To me, he's right on the cusp. Like he's like my second favorite Giant ever. I love him. I think he's just not quite there to be a retired number. Like if Carl Banks' number's not retired, I don't think you could retire Justin Tuck's.
I agree.
Agreed.
But they're about the same level.
Yeah, he's a great Giant. He's like just below that retired number level.
Yeah.
Like if you're not going to retire, he's in the same tiers like an Amani Toomer for me, who's also not retired, right?
Right.
So,
yep. Yep. I agree.
Justin Tuck had the coolest face mask of all time.
He did. It was the Baraka face mask from Mortal Kombat.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, that's how I always considered it. The Baraka. Baraka wins.
We're up in 15 picks, Baddog.
Yep. 15 picks.
Oh, we have the first pick of the third round. Okay. Well, that makes sense. 32 times 2, 64. Yep. We have the 65th pick.
Yep.
Nussmeier. What do you think Nussmeier could be like a top 2-3 pick in the draft next year? Like, do you think
if he does what the guys at LSU are known to do? Joe Burrow came out big time. Jaden Daniels. I'm not a big Nussmeier guy, but give him another year. Same thing with Drew Aller. Like I'm not the biggest Drew Aller guy, but give him another year. Let's see what they can do. But yeah,
I think Aller's more toolsy. Like he has. I think he has a higher potential ceiling. But Nussmeier, when I've watched him, he impresses me. I think he's pretty good. I don't think he's like jaw-droppingly good in terms of his physical traits, but I like him.
Not a J-Tag has been cracking me up this whole draft.
What do you say?
Shaduki wore number 2 for a reason. Shaduki wore number 2 because the Dookie is a number 2. He's just killing me with that. It all started with the guys went to the same high school, like whatever it was, and you're on a roll, not a J tag. You're definitely on a roll, my friend.
Did the Saints really take a quarterback and it wasn't Sanders? Yes. They went with
Yeah,
Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck. Oh, Shucks didn't take Shador. Maybe they got a load of that rap video that he did, and they said, "Oh shit, not another." Well, at least I can understand him, unlike Kadarius Toney, who is like the worst ever.
Does Jalen Milroe go before Sanders?
I
mean, at this point, all bets are off, right?
Probably.
Crazy.
Yep.
So the Titans get their second player off the board. They get an edge.
Yeah. They say Shuck before Sanders. I'm sure Twitter is going crazy. Twitter doesn't need much to go crazy, if we're being honest. It doesn't. Bid on tonight's draft night jerseys. Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Tate Rutledge, it's possible. I think we're going line, Baddog. I think we're going offensive line. That's where I'm at right now.
It makes the most sense.
I think we're going offensive line. I'll be happy with that. I'll be very happy with that.
Yep. Tampa's pick is in.
Tampa, Packers, Chargers, Bears up next.
So the pick is in, and then we go to a freaking they got a commercial. I don't understand.
You know they're gonna go to commercial before us. You got the New York market, and it's the start of a new round.
Yeah, I see this now all over the place. Is Shador being blackballed? Is Shador being blackballed? Oh, he's being blackballed. Authentic actually nailed this one. Tyler Shuck before sure Sanders is about to hurt a lot of feelings on this app. He wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong.
Let's see. I want to know what team was goofy enough to tell Milroe to show up to round one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I was stunned when he got an invite to the. I mean, maybe they just send out a ton of those invites, and the people that don't think they're going to go early don't take them. But usually, no. I think they usually only extend that to players that they expect to go day one, right? At least historically, that's the way it used to be.
Yep.
But yeah, that's what's confused a lot of people when Milroe got the invite to the draft.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hope we go trenches, Muhammad says. That's what I'm leaning, man. That's what I think we're going to do. I thought running back was a possibility, but I don't feel that way anymore. I think it's going to be line.
I think so, too.
I mean, Ratledge or I'm going to go I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Mabo, the guy, because we brought him in for a top 30 visit. He was the first guy we brought in. I'm leaning that's going to be the pick.
Yeah.
But who knows?
I can't believe Sanders still hasn't been picked. He's not going to go in round 2.
No, he's not.
No,
he's not.
Wow. I'm not saying he's good, but I'm shocked he's fallen this far. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying that he's terrible. I don't think he's elite again, but I think he's way better. I think whoever takes him, I mean, you're getting good value. It's crazy to me to think somebody hasn't taken him yet. Maybe Pittsburgh will. Whatever the hell they draft.
Yeah, I just want him to get picked at this point. I'm starting to feel bad that he's dropping as far as he is. I just pick him.
I don't feel bad. He's always going to be doing way better than I am.
Well, that's true. Yeah,
I feel bad for him. He might be a little embarrassed, but hell, an ego like that, he'll bounce back real quick. He ain't hurting.
I mean, he should use it as fire, right? I mean,
yeah. He probably will.
Yeah.
He probably will.
Trey Harris. I think he's the guy that I feel a lot of Giants fans want to take right now. Trey Harris.
I agree.
Be a fun pick.
It would be a fun pick. It would be a fun pick. Without question.
He's a negative lightning rod. Joseph says. I think that is at least part of it.
I definitely think that's part of it. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if his dad is part of the reason. He
Well,
wants Dion.
it wasn't because of negative, but I think that kind of worked against Tebow too. Remember, Tebow had his cult, and teams were scared to make, even though he was good enough to be a backup quarterback, nobody wanted him because of the, so sometimes teams don't want that extra attention.
Yeah.
The Bucks selection, who's it going to be?
Simeon Rice, he was really good.
Well, I would assume he's a Hall of Famer. He's got to be, right?
I don't know that I think he is.
That was a great defense. That's one of the top 2 or 3 defenses in my lifetime.
The Tampa D?
Oh, yeah.
Benjamin Moore.
You had obviously Warren Sapp on that team. You had John Lynch.
Yeah.
Brooks.
Rondé Barber,
like Simeon Rice, like that, incredible.
Yeah.
Not a JTAG says, did you see the Kuiper meltdown? He compared Shador to Brady, Breeze, Unitas. I gotta watch that after the stream. I have not seen it yet, JTAG.
I remember you. I don't know if it was you, JTAG, but somebody did say he compared Shador to Unitas, and I said that is an insane comparison. That he's hitting the sauce.
Pick is in for the Packers. I'm trying to think. In my lifetime, I don't go back as far as like the 80s. Since I've been watching, Ravens are the best defense in my lifetime. The 2000 Ravens.
They're second to me. I mean, I was alive for the 85 Bears, so I think that's the best defense.
And do you think it's like the 02 Bucks after that? Like the 02 Bucks defense was great.
Yeah, I mean, the 86 Giants defense would be up there, but I don't really remember the 02. I know the 02 Bucks are really good, but they don't really stand out to me like
they're not
other
all the Ravens, no.
Yeah, or the Bears. Like the 85 Bears are the one that always stands out.
Oh, the 2013 Seahawks is a good one, yeah. Matt, good call.
Yeah.
With the Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
That's up there. I mean, the 49ers defense in 2011 was incredible. They didn't win a Super Bowl, but they were incredible.
Right. Afghanistan. I forgot about that guy. He says, I've received word the Giants are eyeing Parnell Motley, former cornerback out of you. God, he freaking sucked. Oh my God, he was a poor man. I mean, he was Parnell Motley sucked ass. So bad. Where's Jedi? We used to make fun of Parnell Motley all the time back in the day.
Here we go.
Cincinnati is going to they picked already. Mike Green, my guy Dashy wanted him.
The Packers, who are they going to take?
Wow. Jordy Nelson. Remember him?
Oh, of course, Jordy. Oh, that's Jordy Nelson?
Yep.
Oh, he was great.
He was.
You had him and Randall Cobb. They were that duo there.
Yep.
Greg Jennings also. Who's the pick?
Anthony Belton.
Tackle out of NC State.
Okay.
These Packers fans.
I know. They're drinking to try to stay warm. That's what happens there.
Did you see some of the pictures? Like, because the Lambeau Field is right in the middle of a town. It's kind of like Wrigley Field. Have you ever been to Wrigley Field, Baddog?
I've not. That's definitely a bucket list item, though.
It's kind of like Wrigley Field, where it's like right in the middle of a town. I saw the pictures of these people. These people are charging like $200 to park in their
I'm sure
in their driveway.
I'm sure.
Yeah. When I went to Cooperstown to see Piazza get inducted, I don't remember how much it cost. It wasn't that much. It was maybe like $20-$30 to park. But you had people, because again, that's also, you've been to Cooperstown, you know, you had people renting out their front lawns to park. They must have had like 20 cars on their front lawn. They were charging like $20 to $30 a piece.
Yep. I mean, when you go to the track up here and you go to Saratoga, people do the same shit. They charge you to park on their lawn.
Yeah.
Depending how close you are to the track, especially on a day, say like the Belmont, which doesn't normally run at Saratoga, but it's running here again this year. A race like that, and then the Travers. The Travers has always been the biggest race in Saratoga until they got the Belmont. $100 to park on the lawn. $100. And I mean, last year this was the case. I mean, I didn't go to the Belmont. The tickets were insane, but you also are not allowed to bring in any food. Normally,
normally you could always bring
whatever you want. Just can't bring glass. They don't let you bring glass bottles. More than that, you can bring whatever you want to drink, bring whatever you want to eat. And I would suggest you do, because I usually don't, because I'm not a big eater there. But I remember looking, I wanted a turkey sandwich. It was $23. I'm like, what the?
That's wild.
What? You know, so I can only imagine on a Belmont or a Travers what the hell that costs.
Melvin Gordon, he kind of fell off quick.
He did.
I mean, running backs always do.
Harris is gone.
Trey Harris, that was a guy a lot of Giants fans were hoping for. Makes a ton of sense. Young court, well, not he's still young. Herbert, makes sense. They lost a ton of receivers last year in free agency, so that's my sleeper pick this year, Baddog. And I will readily admit I'm biased. I'm a huge Harbaugh fan. I'm picking the Chargers to go to the Super Bowl this year.
There you go.
It's my sleeper pick.
Herbert's got to get over Herbert's got to perform better in the postseason. He's got to get over it. You know, he's really struggled. The Chargers are good enough, but Herbert's incredibly talented. He's got to step up. He's got to be great, and then he's got to be greater. If Herbert can step his game up, and I'm not talking about being as good as he is in the regular season, that's still really good, but he'd have to step up to knock off the Bills, to knock off the Chiefs. But I think if Herbert takes the next step forward, and a guy like Trey Harris can certainly help in that aspect, and they also took
Hampton.
Marion Hampton, right? So
and they got Najee Harris.
Right.
They got a backfield there.
They did.
And of course McConkey last year. And the offensive line, they drafted Joe Holt.
Yep.
Let's see.
JL taking all the commercials tonight.
JL says, did we talk about Schefter saying Saints and Browns wanting Dart over Shuck and Sanders? Trade seems even more valid now. Good call, Shane. Yeah, I mean, I heard whispers. I don't know if that's been official. I guess Schefter said it. I did not see that, JL. I'm sure it's accurate. But I mean, last night I thought, and they traded who was it again? The Rams. They traded out the second. We traded up to 25. So I said, it's got to be something to that.
Yep.
And of course, like you said, Jay, a lot of Giants fans were saying that the Saints may take him at 9, and they didn't think we'd get the opportunity to trade up for Dart because they liked him. So, what are you laughing at?
J-Tac is killing me.
This got to be falling because he's a white boy getting white balled. Well, no, he wasn't supposed to go this high.
I know he's being facetious, obviously.
I know.
Let's say he is not a fan. He is not a fan of Shador. We'll just put it that way.
Last white corner in NFL, I think in NFL history is up until last year because Cooper DeJean with the Eagles was Jason Sehorn, right?
Yeah.
I think
Sehorn was the man.
He's going to make our pick in third round.
Yep.
I know you are, J-Tech. I know. I know. Yeah, DeJean is more of a safety.
That's what I'm saying. I knew J-Tech was just fooling around. He's been doing that for 2 nights, so this is pretty funny. So the pick is in, and then they just delay it for 5 minutes while they play commercials.
What time's your Laker game? 10, I'm assuming?
9.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's 9. It doesn't start till 9:30. I'm gonna wait till the Giants pick, and then
Okay.
I'm not gonna leave before they pick.
Who the they're playing Minnesota.
Yep.
Is that game 3 tonight?
Game 3? Yep. Game 3.
Big game because Minnesota took game 1.
They did kill them in game 1.
They'll probably split in Minnesota. It'll probably come back to LA 2-2.
Yeah, definitely could be. Just the Lakers. The Lakers are like the Knicks. You don't know what the hell team's showing up.
Well, the West is tough.
Neither one of them make it easy.
I feel like I'm going to be honest with you, Baddog. I watched the Thunder Nuggets game. Not Nuggets, rather
Grizzlies
game. And
Thunder
again,
are good.
it's the Grizzlies. Like, they're not on the level of some of these other teams in the West.
The Thunder are really good.
I don't think anybody's beating them. I didn't realize they were that good.
I will say this: as a guy that covers the Lakers can definitely take them out in 7.
Yeah.
The Lakers blew them out, and the Lakers had to have these games too because the West was so condensed. The Lakers were in 3rd or maybe 4th, and they were like a game and a half out of 8th. And they played the Thunder twice and the Rockets twice. They beat the Rockets both times. They beat the shit out of Thunder one night, 126-99. And then they played them again, and they were tied with 7 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. And the official, Luka, already had a technical foul. And then Luka turned and said something to a fan in the audience, and the official threw him out of the game, gave him a second technical foul, and then the Thunder went on to beat him because I'm not saying the Lakers would have won that game, but they were competitive with them the whole time until Luka got thrown out of the game. Obviously made a big difference. Then the officials come back and they say, "Oh, we were sending the technical. We made a mistake." I'm like, "Well, you can't take the game back." But I also think the one thing that could trip the Thunder up is they're not extremely
They're not
experienced.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the Lakers will beat them, but I think they could. I also think the Nuggets, perhaps.
What's the Warriors series right now?
That's 1-1.
1-1. That's a good series.
Well, Jimmy Butler got hurt in game 2. He got undercut by Amen Thompson, although Draymond Green caused that shit. That was getting very chippy, the Warriors and Rockets. I was like, I'm waiting for Dylan Brooks and Draymond to start throwing punches at each other.
I'm assuming this is because of Mongo McMichael, wrestlers making the pick.
Yeah, this is that guy from that wrestling show.
Did you? I know you watched the wrestling a little bit now. Did you? I didn't watch it. Did you watch WrestleMania?
So my son and I watched some of the matches. We watched all the female matches, of course. The triple threat match with Io Sky, Rhea Ripley, and who was the third? Bianca Belair. That was really good. That was a really good match. Naomi and Jade Cargill was the one he wanted to see because Naomi's his favorite wrestler. And that was a little bit of a letdown because Jade Cargill's not a great wrestler. Naomi's really good, but it wasn't great. Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton was a really good one. That I think they were actually hitting each other, which made it pretty good. So we watched that. There was another female match that we watched. But then I wanted to see John Cena, Cody Rhodes, because I remember John Cena. I mean, so I wanted to see that. And I didn't know who Randy Orton chose. And Randy Orton actually picked the guy, but it was like the NXT champ. I'm like, I don't want to watch. I thought Randy Orton's supposed to be the legend killer. I wanted to see him face like Brock Lesnar or something. I'm like, that would have been good. But that didn't happen. So that was the only other like male match I was interested in. But we pick and choose the stuff. So it's always the girls, and I got no problem watching girls wrestle.
My brother,
my kid gets
back into it too. I don't watch
my kids.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was like, why do you like it? He goes, I just like when their hair flies around. That's why he likes the Royal Rumble, because when they get thrown over the top rope, their hair flies. So he likes that. That's why he likes Bianca Belair.
A lot of tackles here, like 3 picks in a row. I feel maybe 2 picks in a row tackles.
Ozzy Trapillo.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there was like a John Cena, right? He came back this time,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying. I had to watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah. AJ Bresh says I have SmackDown on on one screen, you guys on the other. Yeah, my son likes to. I'll tell you, one of the best matches I saw was War Games with the females. That was pretty good. When there's a bunch of them in the thing like an elimination chamber, man, some of the shit they do is insane. Like
I
it's
remember
really good.
Mankind used to do insane shit back in the day.
Yeah, Mankind. Yeah, that was my heyday, man. The late '90s was.
That's the last
pretty-
time I watched wrestling. I was in like middle school.
Yeah. Yeah, my kid got me back into it. I hadn't really watched anything until he started watching the Women's Royal Rumble. Then
I didn't know that they did a women's specific Royal
They've
Rumble.
been doing it since 2018.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep. So I didn't know either till he pointed it out. But he's always like, he's like, I just like other hair flies. I don't know. I'm like, no, I'm like, you're right. You don't know, but you know. I'm like, it's a good thing, buddy. There's nothing wrong with that. Like when we were in the pool down in Florida, we got back to the hotel with the pool. This girl, probably his age, came over to him and just started talking to him. And I'm like, oh, I got a little blonde hair, a little blonde girlfriend. He's like, no. I'm like, it's okay, buddy. It's good. It's good. My kid definitely likes blondes.
I mean,
When we go to
most people do.
Yeah, when we go to Disney World, it's funny, like the princesses will come around, like because we eat dinner, we eat breakfast and eat dinner where they have princess come around, sign the book, take pictures. And Aurora's his favorite. I don't even know what the hell Aurora's in, but she has blonde hair. So he's like, oh, Dad, there's Aurora. Dad, there's Aurora. And his face is always funny when we take the pictures because he always does this. Like he side eyes. It's just funny. I don't know. It's funny. It's funny. I tell my wife all the time, like, well, he's a boy, so I ain't got to worry about him. But I'm like, just, when he's about 13 or 14, you're going to have your hands full. So get ready.
There you go. B-Rock says, I had no idea Stacy Keibler was in WWF. I watched her in shows like Chuck and such. What a world.
Yeah, years ago. Yes, she was. Yep. She was.
And the pick is in for the Lions. Giants are now about 8 picks away.
Yep.
And still no Shador as we're approaching the end of the second
Still
round.
no Shador. He's not going in the second round.
The only maybe Raiders, but I mean they traded back twice.
Yeah.
It really would be a perfect fit with the Raiders.
It would be.
I mean, Geno, similar skill set. Brady, big market. They play in a dome, right? So
Yep.
a lot of people worried about it. And there goes Ratledge. A lot of Giants fans wanted him, so he's gone.
Yep.
That's my pick. I think we're going with the guy I said. I'm sticking with that. That's what I think we're gonna do. But maybe we go with Scatterbo, and I think a lot of people would be excited about that. But I think we're gonna go with Marcus Mabo out of Purdue.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you gotta go in the trenches here.
If he gets to us, we'll see. But that's where I think we're going.
Yep. Agreed.
I'll be happy with that pick. The more talent we get on the offensive line, the better.
Yep. Facts. Raiders picks in.
There we go. Starting to move.
Yeah, these picks come in and then they take commercials. They take 5 minutes to announce this shit. Well, he actually came out fast.
Caleb Johnson. If you're going running back, those are the possibilities there. I don't think we're going receiver. I don't think we're going tight end.
Look at these guys. I want to see my brother-in-law wear. He's a Raiders fan. I want to see him dressed like that.
Darius Alexander.
Is that who the Raiders took? Maybe is that what he's saying?
I thought we brought him in for a top 30 visit. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Yeah. People are saying Shador is going to be an Eagle. Why though? They just gave Jalen Hurts like a 10-year deal or something, didn't they?
It was something massive. It was at least 7 or 8 years. Yeah. I mean, they have done it in the past, though. You would have said that when they signed Wentz and they drafted.
Yeah,
Hurts.
but if Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl,
That's
I mean,
very
Wentz went to a Super Bowl, but Hurts has been to two.
He was a big part of it, but he got
Hurts
hurt.
Hurts is a perfect quarterback for that team.
Yeah.
You know.
Let me look at the Giants' top 30 visits again. Yeah, they did bring in Darius.
That was one that people talked about, like the mock draft. I saw the Giants could take him.
Who?
Jack Beck.
Oh,
but as you know me, I've never really been a big fan of Big 12 wide receivers outside of like CeeDee Lamb, which I loved CeeDee Lamb coming out of college, loved him, but I've never been a big fan of the TCU receivers.
Giants brought in 3 DTs, and Darius Alexander was one of them, and he's the highest rated DT on the board. I think he's in play too for the Giants. Darius Alexander. I might switch up here, Baddog. We may go Darius Alexander here. We may double up on the D line. We'll see.
I think they're taking BPA as far as the trenches go.
Yeah.
Maybe they go BPA overall.
They could. We'll see.
Yeah, I saw that. Cal also, they say Jackson because Jackson Dart runs that option like Jalen Hurts does. That's what I saw from that interview with John Gruden. They were showing that he does run a very similar play to that read option where he can run. Jalen Hurts ain't the fastest guy, but Jalen Hurts is really strong. And, same thing with Jackson Dart. He can run that. He's athletic enough to run that play, and Dable does like mobile quarterbacks. So I can see that part of it, but I didn't watch enough of Jackson. Like Jalen Hurts, obviously, I watched he was a Sooner, so I knew a lot about Jalen Hurts.
Ad popped up. I was looking at prospects for the Giants.
The ad's always got to pop up.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any other super chats because I was looking at the prospects. 1 second. Who we taking, Baddog?
Let me look at the best available.
I think we're going to, if he's there, I changed my pick. I think we're going Darius Alexander. No, I didn't miss. Okay, just trying to make sure. Independent says, if he falls, Siobhan Revel, what do you think? I'm going to be honest, don't know much about him. I remember seeing him in mocks where a lot of people had him going second round. But I don't know much about him. And I don't think we would go corner because we spent there. We drafted Banks Road. I don't think we're going corner. I really don't. I think we're going line. I think we're going O-line or D-line at this point. I really don't think anything else. Maybe running back, but I don't think so. I think we wait till tomorrow to take a running back.
Looking at that, I mean, Darius Alexander makes sense.
I think he's the pick for me. I think he's going to be the pick. Unless he gets picked before we
pick. You pair him with Dexter Lawrence. I mean, that'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, I think he's the pick.
I mean, they don't really. Again, I'm just looking at the best players available, and that doesn't mean shit. But like, there's no offensive lineman here outside of Jared Wilson, who's a center. We're not drafting a center. Everybody else there's nothing there. The next 25 guys, according to PFN anyway. I'm sorry, ESPN. According to ESPN, just one guy of the next 25 best available are
Alexander had a pretty good I'm looking at his combine stats. He had a pretty good combine. I remember a lot of people were talking about him during the Senior Bowl. He had a big Senior Bowl, and I think that's when he started to move up draft boards. I think he's gonna be the pick if he gets to us. I'll be happy with that, Baddog. We need to stop the run, man.
Yep, I agree.
Like we need.
Question.
You might as well take it all the way with this defense, right? I mean, you've invested so much in it this offseason. Like,
Yep.
go all the way. And then next year, you probably go heavy offense.
Yeah, because Jackson Hart will be your starter.
Yeah,
next
it'll be
year.
Dart's first year as the real starter. Let's see. Somebody said Sanders here, not to the Giants.
Yeah, not to Denver, not to Washington, not to Chicago, not to Kansas City. He's going third round unless somebody trades up into the back of the second. Maybe Cleveland takes him. Cleveland's
Mets took the lead. I see people in the chat. They were down 3-0 in like the 8th. What happened?
for the Mets.
This team doesn't lose.
No.
Up
Oh,
4-3.
unless it just happened. Yeah. It must have just happened because it had 3-1. Now it does say 4-3.
Yeah, look, I think it was Vientos got a triple, it looks like. So the Mets go up in the 8th. Wow. So they're about to, if they could hold, they'll be 19-7. Wow. Let's see. They had the bases loaded. Okay. Thanks for the update, guys. Appreciate it. Baddog, you think Subway Series is in play this year?
Of course.
It was in play last year.
Last year, yeah. She was so happy. She's like, Mommy's getting a new purse. Mommy getting a new purse. I love it, like I said, they see the pick is in, dude, and then it takes them 10 minutes. Go up there and pick.
Good to see Sonora in the chat. He says, try catching up to the Padres. We did catch up to the Padres, Sonora.
You guys have the same record. You're 18. You're both 18-7.
Yeah, man. But the Padres have been fantastic, too. But good to see Sonora.
He's also married with children now. He started us when he was 12, and that's how long ago.
Sonora's divorced by now.
You're right.
He's paying child support.
He's retired. He's in Florida. One of my favorite videos ever was him. Pretty sure it was him
cooking in the kitchen. Yeah,
he put the pepper shaker on the pan and it exploded. I never forgot that, man. That was hilarious. It's pretty damn funny.
So Ravens on the clock here at pick number 59. Then you got Washington, Chicago, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Giants.
Yeah, please. What are the Cubs 17-10 to start the year? Yeah,
they're off to a really good start too.
Yeah.
I think in the end it'll be the Mets and the Dodgers again in the National League. But it won't rule out the Padres. The Padres are really good.
Yeah. The Yankees will be in it against somebody. Don't know who, but somebody.
American League. Yeah, the Yankees will definitely be in it for sure.
Maybe Houston again.
They've started off slow though, right?
They did last year too.
Yeah.
And they ended up in there.
I feel the same way about the Braves. Like the Braves started off so bad this year, but they always seem to start off slow. And then
they're 13-11. I mean, that's not.
But they've turned it around. Yeah, they were below 500 there for a while.
Yeah. This pick has taken a long time to get in.
Yeah, Arroyo got picked, Lloyd. He got picked like 6 or 7 picks ago, the tight end.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a big fella.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this second round has taken a long time. Tomorrow they picked flyby.
Yeah, it's much quicker. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, it's 5 minutes, so they don't take the 5 minutes.
We have 2 7th-round picks too, right? Tomorrow?
Yes. I think
we
have
that's a long day.
Yep.
Last year, I don't think we had a 7th-round pick.
We didn't have a 7th pick. And then these guys talk. Dude, let's go, man. I got a game to call. Let's go. I got work to do.
Who's the pick? Mike Green, edge out of Marshall.
That's perfect for Baltimore. You know who's going to be pissed? My guy Dashy is going to be fucking heated because he's a Bengals fan and he wanted and he just went to Baltimore, so he ain't going to be happy.
That's awesome. Look, that's awesome. He's so happy. 6'3", 251, edge out of Marshall. So we got Denver, Washington, Chicago, Chiefs, and Eagles, and then we're up, and then we're on the clock.
Yeah.
I think we're going DT, Baddog. I've switched it up. I think we're going.
If Darius Alexander is there, I can definitely.
I think he's going to be the pick.
The Giants should trade up and get him.
Kevin says such a Ravens pick. Yeah, the Ravens are the best. They're the best in the league in terms of draft. It seems like.
Yep.
And the Eagles. All right, pick is in for the Broncos.
But it'll take forever for them to actually call it.
I'm assuming Rappaport is probably talking about Shador.
Nah, me and Rappaport don't care about that. Not Mel Kiper.
He may not go today.
He might not.
Might not go today.
It's crazy. So I like when they make the pick and they come right out and do it.
Who's the pick?
I don't know. Who be the pick?
Mel Kiper is just sore because Kiper is almost never right. Yeah.
Not today.
Who's the pick, Baddog?
Russ, I agree with you. If he's still there.
You think it's Alexander?
Yeah.
I'd be excited with that pick.
R.J. Harvey. I've heard of him. I don't know where he
was. A lot of people had him mocked to the Giants in the 4th.
Yeah, well, I don't even see him on here. They must have pulled him off.
He's a good running back.
Kim
Scadaboo's still there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the second best running back on the board according to ESPN to Caleb Johnson. There's another guy that I think the Giants brought in for I think it was him.
Here's the strengths of Alexander. Possesses coveted length with 3-down skills. This is according to NFL.com. Possesses coveted length with 3-down skill set. Comes off the ball with good bend and force into first contact. Batter's blocker with heavy hands and long arms. Capable slide and swim moves to force whiffs. Rushes with a game plan to set up moves and counters. Uses arm extension to generate push and separation with the rush. Fairly instinctive rush counters fueled by active hands. Interior lineman with the size, length, and physicality for consideration in odd or even fronts. Alexander is capable of destroying blocks, but he needs to do a better job of balancing his force. Control action at the point of attack. He can hold his ground when he's staying low, but the pad level, he was a round 2 projection. I want him, Baddog.
Yeah.
I want him.
I'll say what ESPN has.
I want him bad.
That up. So let me do this. Where is it? This is what ESPN says about him. Alexander is a better pass rusher than his 9 sacks over 5 collegiate seasons suggest, and he has the tools to continue to get better. He shoots his hands, locks out, and pushes. Did you run that? Sounds like the same thing. Locks out, pushes blockers, rushing the passer. He can get off blocks at the top of his rush and mix a. Did you just read that?
I think so. I think it's similar to what I said. Maybe it's I read it on NFL.com, but it sounds the same.
Was it?
Will ESPN retire Shaduki's draft watch?
Oh my God.
I mean, my God, man, they made a big spectacle of that too with the draft room.
Yep.
They built a whole customized draft room.
He had his videographer. I hope his videographer is taking great pictures.
Jake X is Kuiper going to need a wardrobe change after Shador Sanders go.
Yeah, right. Mel Kiper about to buy his own team and draft Shador.
We're almost there, boys. Chicago on the clock.
Yeah. We're starting to move a little bit quicker now. Starting to move a little bit quicker now.
I mean, it was exciting that we got Dart, but it made day 2 very uneventful.
Yep.
Because we were going to have 3 picks tonight. We were going to have pick 34, 65, and 99.
Yep.
But I'm excited. We got a quarterback.
Right.
Picks in for the Bears.
Let's see. Nope.
Ray says we'll talk movies. I don't know if I'm going to hang out until pick 99 with you guys, but we'll hang out for a bit.
We'll have pick 99.
Yeah. No, but that's the end of the day 2.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. But I'll hang out with you guys for a little bit after when Baddog calls the game. We'll hang out for a bit. I'm always open to talking movies. You know that.
Movies.
Let's go.
They're getting their commercials in tonight, Chris. They're definitely getting their commercials in tonight.
Yeah, they are.
We'll take one more before the Giants pick. They'll take another one too.
I bet you they do. I mean, it's the start of a new round, right? So
yeah.
you would think.
Yep. Where's it say? What should it say?
I haven't seen that, Ray. I haven't seen that one.
What's that? Whoops.
He said I finally saw me. What I did just see, Ray, which I don't know why it took me this long. The movie that won Best Picture this year, Anora. It was good. Very good. I don't know if it's Best Picture worthy, but it was good. It's on Hulu. You could watch it. It's on if you have Hulu.
See what they say about these guys, about the Giants picks.
I think we're taking Darius. I think we're taking Darius Alexander. I really do.
This says about Abdul Carter. Carter's an outstanding pass rusher with elite initial quickness. He can get level with offensive tackles before they are set, and he dips under blocks. He runs the loop, bends inside without losing his balance, and outstanding closing burst. Carter, who moved from linebacker to edge in 2024, changes directions well, and he mixes in a variety of moves. He gets the depth, reads the quarterback, and has his hands up at passing windows when dropping into coverage. He's a disruptive run defender who led the nation with 23.5 tackles for loss. Carter has the range to make plays in pursuit. That's him. And then Jackson Dart. It says, Dart's timing and touch are impressive on passes thrown between 10 and 19 yards in the pocket. He anticipates well and gets the ball out as receivers are making the breaks. Well, he's not Daniel Jones then. He stands in and takes big hits. I mean, that's just the truth.
Yeah.
He stands in and takes big hits to make plays. Dart extends plays, keeps his eyes downfield as he climbs the pocket and completes off-platform throws. Another thing Daniel Jones didn't do. Dart rushed for 1,500 yards and 12 touchdowns in 3 seasons at Ole Miss. His quickness, toughness, and ability to make defenders miss allow him to be an effective scrambler or threat on designed quarterback runs. Matt Miller's pro comparison is Bo Nix.
To Dart?
Yep.
I remember we made that comparison.
Yes, I did. I did make it that comparison.
Yeah, like a year
ago.
And
I didn't like Bo Nix. Bo Nix obviously ended up being really good. So
he reminds me somewhat of Bo Nix.
Abdul Carter's pro comp, Micah Parsons.
I mean, they really are very similar in terms of play style.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I don't want to look at the chat because we may get the pick room because I feel like as the rounds progress, that sometimes they leak like 2, 3 at a time.
Yeah, I'm looking at the I'm like looking at ESPN's draft board here.
Here's the Bears pick. The only three guys, if you go based off the pattern with Shane, because like he always drafts his top 30 visit guys, especially early.
Yep.
There's three guys here that he could take if you go based off
Yep.
the pattern. It's Scadaboo, it's Alexander, and it's the lineman from Purdue. Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those three, more than likely. Caleb Johnson got picked, right? Or is he still available?
What am I looking at?
Running back, Caleb Johnson.
I think he got. Nope, Caleb Johnson's the number one running back on the board right now.
They brought him in for a top 30 visit also. So
that was a guy I mentioned too. But I couldn't remember if it was Iowa or Iowa State that they brought in.
So it's Scadaboo, Caleb Johnson, Mabo,
Darius Alexander.
I think one of those four guys. I'm leaning it'll be Alexander though. Picks in for the Chiefs.
Who's that guy? Priest Holmes? No, I don't know.
No.
Remember Priest Holmes?
Oh, Priest Holmes was fantastic.
Yeah.
Short, very short. Dante
Hall.
Oh, Dante Hall. Yeah, I remember Dante Hall.
Human joystick.
He was a great kick returner or punt returner, right?
Wow, ESPN has it on. Oh, no, it went exactly right.
He didn't mess around. He got that pick out fast.
He did.
So the Chiefs go defensive tackle Norman Lott out of Tennessee. And now we got the Birds up.
Yep.
And they're probably going to take the guy whoever Giants fans want right now.
Sure. You're going to take Shador here?
Well, I don't think Giants fans want Shador at this point.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah. That'd be funny. My God. How much, like, imagine if you're Shador, like, a month and a half ago, and again, money doesn't mean that much to him because he's, pretty well off, I think, but he would have thought he was going to get a $50 million contract.
Yeah, right.
Now he's going to be a day 3 pick, maybe. Like, crazy, man.
That is pretty insane. It's pretty nuts.
Picks in for the Birds.
And there's the commercial. There's the commercial.
There's the commercial right before the Birds pick.
You gotta have it. Gotta have it. That's what makes this take so long, Chris, because I think these guys are actually ready to go out there and read the name, and ESPN's like, hold up.
Of course. They got to get their heads in.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. You'd think they'd want to do it the first day. But, they're like, this is a good time to put it in. You got the Eagles, they got a big fan base, and you got the Giants, and they got the Chiefs,
Notable players taking 64th overall. DK Metcalf. That was a bad draft by the Giants. That was the year we took Daniel. Well, Dexter Lawrence was a good pick.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget DeAndre Baker. That one.
Not that one.
Worked out for us too. That was amazing.
Was Julian Love in 19 or 18?
He was 19 because Dave Gettleman took a shitload of defensive backs that year. He took Julian Love. He took Darnay Holmes. He took Valentine. Remember that? He drafted like 6 freaking.
That was one of Gettleman's best picks, the Julian Love pick.
Jordan Schultz follows me on Twitter.
That's pretty cool.
What?
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. What the hell? That wasn't there yesterday.
You know who follows me on Twitter? Who I don't know if he still does. I should look. He did follow me. Maybe he unfollowed me. I haven't looked. Joe Thomas follows me.
Hall
of Fame offensive tackle on the Browns.
Yep. That's shit. I didn't know Jordan Schultz followed me. All right, cool.
That's pretty
Making
cool.
waves, Chris. We're making waves. Oh yeah, I didn't know
That was my shock moment when I saw that he followed me. I don't really, keep tabs anymore of who follows me, but I remember getting that alert. I'm like, oh wow.
Yeah, I just happened to notice that because I was seeing if he because he
You're
he had
checking his tweets, yeah.
yeah, he had a lot of like rumors last night with the Giants. So you know what I think I gotta eventually I think we should do is for Giants Collective, I think we should try to get Carl Banks one time.
I think he'd pop on for sure.
You know, it'd be fun to do it like after the draft to see what his opinion is on this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
You know, so because we talked to him before, you talked to him twice, so he's
Lawrence
definitely
we could probably get Tynes on too. I've had him on my channel before.
yeah, he mixes it up with the fans, which is great. You know. This is taking a long time, man. Oh, here we go.
All right, we're on the clock now.
No, this is some replay here.
Well, Brandon. Oh, there's a replay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was.
Here we go. Eagles pick is coming in.
Screw them.
Final answer. Who are we taking, Baddog? Who's the final answer for you? I'm going to Alexander.
Like you said, Darius Alexander. If they don't take him,
Look at this stash.
I don't even remember that guy. That's the Eagles legend. Before this one, they never really had any great players. Should have been Eric Allen.
Well, I mean, they had some talented players. Dawkins.
Makuba, that was I think the Giants brought him in for a top 30 visit, if I'm not mistaken.
So
they continue to build their secondary.
Yeah, Eagles go and you're right, Baddog. The Giants did bring him in for a top 30 visit. So the Eagles go safety, Makuba out of Texas, and the Giants on the clock.
Giants on the clock. Now looking at the chat.
Yeah, we'll get back to the chat in a minute, but haven't been looking for the last 6 or 7 minutes. I'll catch up with you guys. But
Alexander is the best available. It says the best fit is Jalen Noel.
I mean, Alexander's arguably our biggest need at this point. He's arguably one of the top 3 or 4 available players left, and the Giants brought him in for a top 30 visit.
Yep.
I'm leaning he's going to be the pick.
Yep. They made us like just 2.5 hours.
That's all.
Yep. They did it on purpose. Maybe 2.5 hours exactly. Pick is in.
I think is making the pick. Jason Seorn, he didn't have to do too much. He thought he was going to have to make 3 picks tonight.
Right.
Yeah, he only had to make 1.
Yep.
Oh, so now they're going to do this because it's a changing of rounds. So they're going to do some kind of presentation.
Yep.
That's what they do every year, I think, in between rounds.
And as always, a huge shout out to our servicemen and women who serve our beloved country. Nothing but the utmost respect. They say it all the time. Those guys and gals are the true heroes of our country, man. Of
course.
Without question.
That's the only time Roger Goodell gets cheered.
Right. They're not cheering him. He's just on a stage.
When he's with the military.
Right.
Here we go.
Yep.
What we've been waiting 2.5 hours for.
Right. Any day now. Ronnie Millsap said it. Any day now.
I feel like Shane's been pretty predictable on day 2.
Yep.
Like day 3, who knows? But day 2, he's usually pretty predictable.
Yep.
You go based off the top 30 visits and the overall talent. It usually goes by the board.
Yep.
Like Hyatt was high ranked, JMS.
All right.
Newbin, probably the best BPA last year where we picked.
Yep. That's usually what he does. I think at this point you would, and Alexander is the best overall right now.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a scenario where it just so happens to be one of our bigger needs, and he's one of the best players on the board.
Yep. It makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
He'll take some wide receiver. My guy! I love Jason Sehorn, man. That was like my favorite player back in those 90s Giants. I loved him.
Definitely one of my all-time favorites.
That was my guy, man. I freaking loved Sehorn.
Still,
So my Sehorn jersey is older than most of the people in the chat.
Still one of the greatest interceptions in Giant history in that Eagles playoff game.
Absolutely. Darius Alexander, Chris.
There it is. Defensive tackle Darius Alexander. I mean, it was pretty predictable. But so the Giants now, I mean, that was their biggest need, right? I mean, we've been so bad against the run the last 2-3 years. The Giants' defensive line is ridiculous.
Dude, Alexander, Dex, Carter, Tibbs, Burns.
Dude.
Yeah, boy. Making me happy now, man.
And they brought in the dude Golston from the Cowboys.
Yeah, oh, God, I forgot all about Golston. We want to talk about building some depth.
The Giants' D-line is filthy.
If Shane Bowen can't get this shit to work.
And they spent big in the secondary. The Giants' defense is going to be damn good.
I'm saying the Giants' defense should be pretty damn solid.
Giants' defense is going to be damn good. So, I mean, you got to be happy with that pick, right? I mean, we were all Giants fans were clamoring, you need a D tackle. He was arguably the best available player on the board. So, how do you not like that pick?
You got to. All right, Chris, I'm going to get out of here. Love the pick. Freaking love it. And I'll keep an eye to see where Shedeur goes just for the hell of it. But, yeah, I got to go call this Laker game. And I will see you tomorrow, though, whenever. And I'll be available all day tomorrow. So, we'll rock.
Well, I don't even know what it was. It usually starts at like
noon.
2 o'clock.
Noon. Starts at noon.
Oh, noon. So,
yeah.
All right.
So, whenever.
See you then.
All right. Sounds good. Later, chat. See you tomorrow. Let's go, G-Man. We have a good draft so far, man. I'm excited.
That's a good pick.
Good pick. Later.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. Baddog just left. I'm happy, guys. So the Giants end up with their biggest need there, right? I mean, I think we could all agree the Giants' run defense has been pitiful. You saw a lot of people after they made the Abdul Carter pick. What are you going to do to stop the run? What are you going to do to stop the run? Well, they just got you a defensive tackle now. The Giants' defensive line is stacked. So really excited about this defense next year. An improved secondary. There's a lot to be excited about, I think, for the Giants next year on the defensive end. Offense, still a lot of questions, right? It was kind of status quo in terms of bringing everybody back, but you had Russell Wilson, and of course you had now a rookie quarterback in Jackson Dart. You hope some of those younger players are going to mature and get better with, Malik Neighbors, Wan'Dale Robinson. I still think we're going to draft a running back, and I'm leaning it'll probably be a pick 105 tomorrow, and the Giants should have a pretty good backfield if that's the case. So it feels like the Giants next year to me, they're going to try to have a similar identity to that of the 2022 Giants, where they're going to rely on the defense, the ground game, and have some explosive plays, obviously, in the mix with better quarterback play and Malik Neighbors on the roster. But I think that's going to be the bread and butter is the defense and trying to create. Giants might win 8 games next year. If this defense is as good as it looks like it could be. I know the schedule looks daunting right now, but you could never predict, it's a week-to-week league. So at least in my opinion, there's at least some hope now going into next year to have a a decent roster, a decent team. And hopefully that's the case because it's been awful the last couple of years. But, yeah, the defense is going to be awesome. I can't wait to watch the defense next year. But Larry says, if Shane Bowen fails this season, send him to the moon. That's not far enough. F marriages. I'm with you, man. If Shane Bowen can't make this a good defense, he does not belong coaching in the NFL. Pharaoh says, New York Giants has a scary defense. Can't wait for this season. You and me both, man. This is the most excited I've been about a Giants defense. I'll be fair. I think it's the most preseason. I would say it's the most excited I've been about a Giants defense since 2016, when they had the active free agency, when they brought in Janoris Jenkins, when they brought in Olivier Vernon, when they brought in Snacks Harrison. I'm really excited about this defense. I am really excited about this defense. Let's see. I genuinely can't. What a deal. Yeah. And Bliss says, interesting to see what the team will look like. Let's go, Funk says. Let's go. Corey says, bring back the Wrecking Crew. Let's go, Corey. I mean, we're back to our identity, man. That's a pass rush. I grew up with the Giants, when they were at their best. I don't go back to those 80s teams, but when they were at their best in my lifetime, and even in the 80s, of course, it was always built around the pass rush, and the Giants are getting back to that. So good stuff. Simon says, I'm not happy with us not getting offensive line early again. Well, you're never going to be able to please. You're never going to be able to please everybody. I would like us to draft another lineman. It seems like what the Giants' mission was with the offensive line this year was have another year of continuity, bring the line back together, and hope that they build together without having, because it's the same 5 starters. So they're hoping that another year together is going to make them better. Evan Neal is going to compete. They brought in a lot of depth pieces on the offensive line, but yeah, no new starters on the offensive line unless Evan Neal wins at a guard spot. But you got to hope Russell Wilson, that should improve the offensive line a bit, right? A more experienced quarterback. We'll see. But the defense is going to be damn good. Mets lost 5-4. Well, that sucks after that comeback. That sucks. B-Rod says the D is going to win us some games. They're definitely going to keep us in games. I'll tell you that right now. Browns could have paired Sanders and Hunter. The intern says, apparently someone prank called Sanders pretending to be a GM just to tell him, keep waiting a little longer. Oh, my God. That's horrible. It's horrible. This could be where Sanders goes, right? Picks in for the Browns. I don't know if Sanders is getting picked tonight. Like, how many times are these teams going to pass on him? Nope. They go tight end out of Bowling Green. I mean, I don't know, man. He might not get picked tonight. Let's see. That's a lie. 7 says what? The Shador Sanders thing? Jacob says, Tanny, you see what McShay said about the Giants and Sanders? I don't know if I saw the most recent thing, but I saw that he said leading up into the draft that the Giants were not taking him, period, that they were they fell out of love with him during the interviews. I saw that. Somebody said, what do you mean Sanders went 41? Not Shador Sanders didn't. He hasn't been drafted yet. Michael says Rappaport on NFL Network said that Milroe and Ewers may get picked before. So that's crazy. Rich says, at this point, why doesn't Cleveland just draft Sanders? If he's terrible this year, you still got 2 firsts next season. They may just not want him. They may just not want him. It kind of feels like it kind of feels like the Tebow thing, like I said earlier during the stream. I know Tebow early on in his career got drafted unexpectedly in the first round, but later on in his career, teams just didn't want any part of him because of the whole Tebow, mania thing. Teams may just not want him because of the whole social media, and I don't know. I never thought he'd fall like this. Leading up into the draft, I thought it was possible he may fall to the second round, but not like this. Shador. Raiders pick. Could they take Shador? Darian Porter out of Iowa State. McShay said Dave's gave him a play. Oh, yeah. I read this briefly when I was at work today. This is what I was talking about. McShay said that Dave's gave him a playbook to study for a workout, and he didn't prepare for the private workout. Dave's called him out, and Shador snapped at Dave's. Yeah, that's what I read today. I didn't get to hear McShay's commentary on it, but I read it. That's what I read today about Shador and McShay. Yeah, so it kind of reminds you of draft day, right? When what is it? Kevin Costner didn't like the quarterback prospect. They put something in the book or something, right? And they could tell he didn't read it or whatever. I forgot. I haven't seen the movie in like 3 or 4 years, but they put something in the book and to test whether or not the quarterback read the playbook, and he didn't mention it or something like that. It kind of reminds you of that. Corb says, is it conceivable that Sanders will either be Mr. Irrelevant or undrafted? I mean, I still think he's going to be drafted, but he may not get drafted till day 3 at this point. Oh, $100 bill. That's what it was. Yeah. Draft a kicker in the 7th round, or is Gano going to be kick? Well, Gano was going to be the kicker this year. They would have cut him already. Gano was going to be the kicker. Luis says, book it, in my entertainer voice. Book it! Sexy Dexy, Carter, Thibodeau, and Burns, Golston, NASCAR package in our secondary. We will make Dakota Prescott and Jalen Hurts. Dude, I can't wait for the defense. What did you say on Giants Collective, Gator? The thing I said about draft day? Oh, you're the one that said it. But I read that on Twitter today too. But briefly, because I was at work. Are they having Idris Elba make the pick? Oh no, they're going through a bunch of celebrities, I guess. John Cena. Wasn't Idris Elba rumored? I don't think it happened, but wasn't he rumored to be the next James Bond? Which would have been cool. I think he feels like a good fit, but didn't happen. Strong to Prosper Fitness says, excited to see a New York Giants dominant defense again. Historically, the Giants' forte has been great defenses and pass rush. Should get BPA and offensive tackle and guard next. I think good to see you, Strong to Prosper Fitness, man. Hope you're doing well. I think the Giants are going to go. I think they'll definitely go on an offensive lineman with one of their 4 remaining picks. I'm leaning at pick 105. It's going to be a running back because they just did so much work at that position in the pre-draft. If not tomorrow, out of the 4 picks tomorrow, I think 1 will be a lineman, 1 will be a running back, and then who knows after that? Maybe a linebacker that could contribute on special teams. But I think they definitely come out of tomorrow with a running back and an offensive lineman with at least 2 of those picks. Trade here, the Lions trade up to pick 70. Anthony says, I love our defense, but right now, is our offense scaring anybody? No, the offense is not scaring anybody, but you got to hope they're better, right? I mean, Dable's supposed to be good. You add Russell Wilson. It's not a great offense, not by a long stretch, but they drafted who you hope will be the quarterback of the future. You add a couple more pieces next year, and you keep building. But the defense is going to keep us in games. No, I'm going to see Sinners on Sunday. Tomorrow I'm going to be too tired after day 3. I want to see it this weekend, though. I'm going to see it on Sunday. I don't think people realize that Dave's is well respected around the league and his words holds weight when it comes. I agree. I know. Like as fans, a lot of fans want him out of here. They want him fired. The team hasn't been good, but I agree. When you hear people talk about Brian Dable, he is one of the more respected offensive minds in the NFL. He just is. Alpha says, what happened to all the yeah, I know. Dude, just caught up with work, to be completely honest with you. Just caught up with work. I want to get back to it next year. I do. I want to get back, and who knows, man. I work for the government now, so I may lose my job. So if I do, you'll see a lot more of me on here. So but yeah, I mean, just caught up with work. That's all, man. Let's see. Louise says, yeah, I already read that, man. Blink Twice was pretty good. I meant to see that in theaters. I saw it on streaming like 2 months ago. It was pretty good. But I'm excited that Bobby did a new channel, man. I got to go on there. It looks like he's building a good channel over there. So Giants fans are in good hands when it comes to content on YouTube. Bobby, I know Justin's still doing his thing. Oh, I'm glad that you watched it, Ray. I thought Smile 2 was better than Smile 1, to be honest with you. I thought it was better. Mickey 17, I still haven't seen that. It looked interesting, though. I love the director. He directed the movie that won Best Picture. What I forget, was he the director that did Everything Anything All at Once, I believe, right? The Mickey 17, or was it the one? I think he was the same director that did Everything Anything All at Once. Oh, Parasite, that's what it was, which also won Best Picture. Gator Vibe said, would be even better if we could get more I know. I do. I'm on the other channel now with Anthony and Baddog, and this year, hopefully, I find a way to make more time in season to do some Giants content with you guys. I definitely want to do some at least live streams with you guys. I always love doing the solo live streams. I mean, I love going on with Baddog. I love going obviously with other people, but I love the solo live streams because I get to talk to you guys. You guys are my co-host, so it's always fun just hanging out, shooting the shit, talking football, whatever it may be. So I always have fun coming on with you guys. What's the other? It's called Giants Collective, Noah. We got about almost 5,000 subscribers now. We do our shows, our live streams, twice. It's going to be once a week after the draft because there's not a whole lot to talk about. But in season, we're going to go back to twice a week. And Michael says, Shador won the Unitas Award. He's literally the best college quarterback. He's not an issue on or off the field. Politics as usual. Hope Dart's the guy. I mean, I'm rooting for Shador. You know, I'm not going to be this guy that's going to like make fun of him. Like I'm rooting for him. Like whatever. I feel bad that he fell, to be honest with you, because obviously financially I don't feel bad for him. I think he's well off, but I think he's embarrassed. So hopefully, he makes the most out of it and he's successful in the NFL. I'm rooting for him. I have nothing against Shador. I know it seems like a lot of people want him to fail. They don't like him. I'm rooting for him. But I understand why fans, he is a little, I get it. But I'm rooting for him. I hope he does well. Let's see. What's the best thing, worst thing about being a content creator? I mean, the best thing about being a content creator, if you do it full time, is you work on your own schedule, right? In some ways, like when you're doing it full time, you kind of have to get videos out, when stuff breaks and stuff like that. But for the most part, you're on your own schedule. Yeah, that's a big thing. A major con, you don't have benefits, right? You don't have benefits. You're not building towards a 401k, a pension. So that all comes into play. You're doing something you love. Like if you're doing content creation, it should be something that you love. Chaotic says, hot take, I'm leaning now. Sanders goes to Jacksonville. Back up to shaky, injury prone. T-Law plus connection with Hunter. I'm leaning now. Sanders goes to Jacksonville. I honestly have no idea where he's going. He could go anywhere at this point, because at this point, once you get to the fourth round, which is we're still in the third, but you're talking backup quarterback at that point. I'm not saying he'll be a lifetime backup quarterback, but you don't mind if he is, if you take a guy in the fourth, fifth round. So he could go anywhere once you get into the fourth, fifth, sixth round. Could go to Dallas. Who, for all I know, right? The Deion Sanders connection. Saints are about to pick here at pick 71. We'll see where they go. Are you going to do Knicks lives? You know what? I might do. Obviously, I haven't done any this entire year, but I may do a Knicks hangout for the Boston series. Not every game, but maybe for a game or two, I might. We'll see. I might. I have very. I love the Knicks, but I have very little faith that they're going to be able to beat Boston. I don't even know if that's going to be. I hope it's a competitive series, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. The Knicks. I won't use the term disappointing. They had a good year this year, but I was hoping for more. But Chaotic, thank you very much, man. But it was their first back-to-back 51 season in forever. Tuto! He says, much love and respect, Stan, and all the dire Giants fans, America and Giants Nation fans in the building. Greetings from me, the fam, and appreciate you for being here, Tuto. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. Tuto's the man. Tuto's the man. Knicks definitely missed Steven. The Knicks, that's where the Knicks are lacking the bench, right? Between Devo. Devo was a starter last year, but he went into the year as a guy off the bench. But he would have been a bench player on this team. They're missing that depth there on the bench. I think that's where the Boston will have the upper hand in that series. The starting five is nearly a wash because the Knicks starting five is really good, but the depth, we don't match up with them. Let's see. Michael says, wishing bad on college kids says more about some of you than Shador. How much good? Yeah, I'm not wishing any bad on him. I just hope I hope he does well. I hope all these guys do well, unless they're Eagles. Then I hope they suck. Sam says 2 really good kickers in this draft. I don't think we're drafting a kicker. Maybe next year, but if we were going to draft a kicker, we would have cut Gano. I don't remember, KJ. I read it. It wasn't a video that I saw. I read it, but I was just scanning on lunch break at work. I'll find it though. I'll probably retweet it when I go on Twitter after the stream. Stanley says Shador not being drafted, it has to be politics because ain't no way you could look at this tape and say he's a 3rd or 4th round talent. I mean, I don't think his tape says he's a 3rd or 4th round talent. I agree with you there, but we don't have all the intel, right? We don't know what went on behind the scenes in terms of the interviews. That's a big part of it, especially at the quarterback position. But I'm rooting for the guy. Tudo says, Tana, please shoot me up into Giants gears and I'll be guaranteed the opposing teams and O-lines won't be able to walk off the pitch on their powers. Tudo, we need you, man. I don't know if we need you anymore, Tudo, because this defensive line is awesome, but we could always use more talent. Sam, I'm not even necessarily. I actually wanted Sam, to be honest with you. I wanted to cut Gano. I think I remember saying that last year because, like you said, the injuries, the cap savings. If you were to cut him, as good as he was for the Giants for 2 years, he's been hurt, and we tried to play hurt. He wasn't good when he did, and he's getting up there in age. I thought they were going to cut Gano, but they haven't. So based off the fact that they haven't, I don't see them drafting a kicker. Let's see. I'm feeling good, man. I'm happy with the draft. How could you not be happy with the draft thus far? You got arguably the best player in the entire draft class. You got a quarterback that Brian Dable really likes, and you didn't have to give up much to get him. And you got one of the best available players in the 3rd round at your biggest need. So all of a sudden the defense is stacked, the defensive line. So yeah, I'm happy with this draft thus far. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm happy every year on the draft night. So but yeah, I'm happy, man. I'm happy with what we've done thus far. Let's see. Is it possible Shador goes undrafted? Anything's possible. Just I don't think it's likely. Corey says Miami could potentially draft Sanders. Think about it and why injury-prone quarterbacks could be a replacement. Well, Miami didn't they just add Zach Wilson too, though? And they gave him like a they gave him like a incentive structured contract too, where I think he could reach like a decent amount of money if Tua gets hurt. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think it's likely. Picks in for Denver. But like I said, at this point, Shador could go anywhere. Because at this point, he's not going to start for a while. I mean, more than likely. If you're drafting him, think about like Malik Willis, for example. That's what territory we're in now. He didn't get an opportunity to start for at least like 2 years. And when he did, he didn't start very long. So that's kind of where we are now for Shador. Doesn't mean it will happen to him. Dak got to start immediately. I think he was a 3rd or 4th round pick. It's all going to depend on where he lands. Let's see. As much as I love our free agent draft pickups, we need our interior offensive line, of course. And that's got to be a focal point next year and throughout the rest of this draft. Lloyd says, Tanya, you see where DeVito wants to be traded? No, I missed that. I mean, I don't really care. He's not going to be on this team next year, but did he say where he wanted to be traded? I don't think they gave up a lot to draft Dart. What did they give up to draft Dart? They gave up, you jumped from 34 to 25. So you didn't give up the 34th pick. You got a better pick. You swapped picks. And then you gave up the 99th pick, which is basically a 4th round pick. It's a comp pick, so it's kind of in between the 3rd and 4th round. And you gave up a 3rd round pick next year. That's not a whole hell of a lot to jump, 12 spots for a quarterback and back up into the 1st round? I don't think they gave up that much. Look at the Rams. The Rams got a 1st round pick in 2026 from the Atlanta Falcons to jump up to pick 26 for a defensive end. I don't think the Giants gave up that much for Jackson Dart. They wanted to make sure they got their quarterback. I thought it was a reasonable trade. I'm not saying I love Jackson Dart because I don't, but I'm going to hope he works out and I'm going to root for him. And I think he has potential. I don't think he's like a awful prospect. Tuto says, Tana, have you heard for the last 7 years on your show, mate? Giants problems ain't deep players, mate. They ain't got no head coach to develop the players to the best of their abilities. Well, we're going to find out. Right? There's no more wait and see with Brian Daboll. He got his quarterback. He's got at least a respectable, even at 36 years old, a respectable quarterback in Russell Wilson. He got to draft the quarterback of his choosing. We're going to find out what Brian Daboll's made of over these next couple of years. If he sees another year after this year, we'll see. What's up, Cardiac Knicks, man? Thanks for popping in. Kendall did what with Jones and it set us back? I don't remember what I said. The Daniel Jones situation to me is entirely different than Dart. That's just my opinion. Daniel Jones, you took 6th overall. That's much more of a commitment than pick 25. I looked at Jackson Dart's contract today. The entirety of the contract is $15 million over the course of 4 years. It's not much at all, right? With what quarterbacks get paid. You take a quarterback 6th overall, that's a commitment, right? You're committing to that guy more than likely for at least 3 years at a bare minimum. That's not the same with Jackson Dart. If Jackson Dart isn't good, that does not prohibit the Giants from drafting a quarterback in next year's draft if they wanted to. Like if the team was so bad that they got the first pick and they fired everybody, they could easily draft the quarterback if they wanted to. So I don't view it the same as the Daniel Jones pick. Let's see. No, I didn't, but I'll check it out later today. Stanley says, hey, Chris, do you think the Giants will draft? Yeah, somebody asked me. I mean, it's possible. I mean, we got who knows if we're even going to be there. We still got we're not even going to find out tonight, but we don't pick for another 30 picks. Oh, okay, Kendall. So I misinterpreted what you said. You're more so saying after he won the playoff game and they kept him, not after they drafted him. I think that's more comparable to the Dart pick. Not the same because the financial commitment to Jones was obviously much larger, but you were committing 2 more years to him, and you're more than likely committing 2 years to Jackson Dart. So I think that's a more fair comparison, but not identical. Shanita says, Tana, was Spags or Perry Fuel the last Giants DC to have as much defensive talent as Bowen currently has? Now, if Bowen can't produce, with this defensive talent, well, I mean, I would say, Perry Fuel's defense was great, but I would say Spags had more talent. I mean, that the 07 Giants defense was, I mean, my God. You had Michael Strahan, Justin Tuck, OCU Mignora. I would have to go with the 07 Giants with Spags, but both of them had a ton of talent. It wasn't DJ's fault. I'm done talking about DJ. He's not the quarterback. Done talking about him. Jackson Dart's our quarterback now. He's my quarterback. He's my favorite quarterback. He's the Giants quarterback. Whoever's the Giants quarterback's my favorite quarterback. He's my guy. Well, right now it's Russell Wilson, but King says, I think this is the first time in a while that this team and franchise has had hope. All the comments you see about both guys in the first have been positive, which is refreshing. I think there was hope last year too. I think for the most part, we all liked the Neighbors pick. Of course, you had people that wanted a quarterback, but overall, I think most people really liked the Neighbors pick. But yeah, I guess it's because we drafted a quarterback, right? So at least there's hope there. It's the most important position. So that's the major difference. Why don't you talk about Indiana Jones? What do you want me to talk about? It's one of the 8, 9, 10 greatest trilogies of all time. The remake was awful. Shia LaBeouf sucks, but the originals are epic. The newest Indiana Jones was awful. I thought the term awful is too strong. Wasn't very good. Wasn't very good. Too much CGI. Harrison Ford was like 80. Like Harrison Ford, stick to Shrinking, which I love. Great show on Apple Plus. You're no longer suited to play Indiana Jones, but the original Indiana Jones are great. One of the top 10 trilogies of all time. Let's see. And there goes the corner that you guys wanted, by the way, to the Cowboys, nevertheless. So I'm sure that's not going to make Giants fans happy. I was talking about Daniel Jones's brother, but you made that great. Oh, okay. My bad. Kendall says, which is a bigger need, middle linebacker or wide receiver? Oh, that's a good question. I think I'd go middle linebacker. If we're talking immediate need, I think I'd go middle linebacker because I think our wide receiving core, at least for next year, is pretty set. I don't think you're going to get like a super impactful wide receiver, especially at this point in the draft. And we weren't going to be taking one at the top of the draft. We have arguably, in my opinion, at least one of the top, 3, 4 most talented receivers in the sport already with Malik Neighbors. Slayton's at least a suitable guy on the other side. Wandell, decent slot receiver. I would definitely go linebacker. I think we probably needed some depth there, even though I like Okereke. Don't know how much I like him in this system, though, after what we saw last year with his, a little bit of a regression. I would say linebacker. We could if I'm those two positions. But the biggest need right now, going into day 2, I would say it's offensive line. I think we still need some young quality depth on the offensive line. So that would probably be what I would list as my biggest need going into day 2, or day 3, I should say. And then I think we do need another running back. And I think we're going to draft one. I think we do need another running back. Not that I think it's like, life and death, but I think we do need another running back. I expect us to take one tomorrow as well. But I would say offensive line right now is our biggest need. But linebacker is an underrated need. I agree with you on that. In all honesty, can we talk about what a horrible Ray? I know you're trolling me. I say it all the time, Ray. Tom Cruise is like the New York Yankees. You either are head over heels in love with him or you hate him. I honestly don't get the hate for Tom Cruise. Off the screen, whatever. He's done a lot of crazy shit. He's into some crazy religions. On the screen, I love everything the guy does, and I can't wait for the next Mission Impossible. Pick is in for the Cardinals. Let's see who they pick. Die Hard, best movie ever made in New York. I think you meant to say. I actually think Die Hard was a movie, wasn't it? Didn't I didn't see it, but didn't what's his name? Kevin Hart make like a spoof movie? I think it was called Die Hard. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Die Hard, which is what I think you meant, and of course you mean Die Hard with a Vengeance, which was in the heart of New York, is an epic movie. I still got to slightly go with the original, but I do have a soft part of my heart for Die Hard with a Vengeance. I do love it. It's one of my favorite action movies. Let's see. Strong to Prosper says, speaking of Perry Fuel, the 2010 Giants defense was good prior to the meltdown game against the Eagles. Remember Terrell Thomas? Yeah. Perry Fuel, I mean, listen, Perry Fuel was obviously a great defensive coordinator. Remember Will Allen, and that was before Perry Fuel, but remember Will Allen and who was the other Will? It was the two Wills, the cornerbacks that we drafted. I think they were both first-round picks. Maybe one was a second-round pick. Will Allen and who was the other Will? I was so excited about them when they were coming up. They never amounted to much. I think that was in like the early 2000s. Let's see. Giant Scouts are killing it so far with these players we're drafting. Phil, I'm happy, man. I'm happy. How could you not be? We ended up with friggin' Abdul Carter. We ended up with Abdul Carter. We in the third round. It kind of feels like near BPA met what was one of our biggest needs. Like, I mean, we'll see what they do on the field, but I'm happy so far with what we've done. Will Peterson, there you go. Will Peterson and Will Allen, yeah. Rest in peace, Val Kilmer. Yeah, that was sad. You knew he was kind of on his way out. It was cool to get to see him in Top Gun Maverick. You know, you knew he was kind of on his way out. He was sick. And B-Rog says, I know the Mission Impossible movies always got closer to the TV show. The sequels came out. Although being in cyber, I think the AI concept's a little corny. That was a big knock on, well, not a knock. I feel like some people really liked it. Some people didn't with the newest Mission Impossible. I actually like that they incorporated the AI concept in terms of making it a more, I guess, grand scale villain in a way, like an unconventional villain. But I felt like they babied the audience too much with it. That was my one critique about it. Like they kept calling it, what was the term that they used for it? I can't even remember. I've seen the movie like 4 times. I can't even remember the term that they called the AI in the movie throughout the movie over and over again. I felt like they kind of babied the audience too much with it. I liked the idea, but there were little things that I thought they should have done better with it. But thank you, B-Rog. I appreciate it, man. Let's see. Remember Will Hill and of course I remember Stevie Brown. Cardinals pick. What was the term? I'm trying to remember now off the top. In my head I'm saying Oracle, but of course that's the Matrix. Jordan Birch out of Oregon goes to Arizona. I can't remember. $154 linebacker. I think we're taking a linebacker tomorrow. Can they do AI for Tom Cruise's acting? It's funny you say that, Ray. I did the same exact thing. It was on The Entity. There you go. The Entity. Yes, that's the term they use for the AI in the new Mission Impossible. It's funny you mentioned that about Tombstone. Same exact thing. I didn't seek it out, but I was on like my streaming service like a week after, and naturally that always happens. Like right when a famous actor passes away, they like promote their movies on the streaming services. And I don't remember which service it was on, but I saw Tombstone pop up. I'm like, oh, I haven't seen that movie in years. So I watched it, and it's still awesome. I love Tombstone. Let's see. Chris was hoping we would draft a guard, and we don't hoping for tomorrow. I think we're going to take a guard. I don't know if it'll be with the next pick, but I think we'll take a guard tomorrow. But I mean, I thought we would take a guard last year too, and we didn't. So you never know, right? Last year, they didn't take a single offensive lineman, and they actually didn't take a single defensive lineman last year. This year, they've already taken 2 of those. Wide receiver out of Iowa State. Tombstone was great. Top 25 of all time. I don't know if it's top 25 of all time, but it's definitely one of my favorite Westerns. Definitely one of my favorite Westerns. Alex says, is Shador on the board still? Yep. Movie called Heist was a Gene gem. Heist was good. I've seen Heist. I haven't seen it in a long time, but it was good. I remember thinking it was good. I always say it all the time. One of my favorite heist movies is the one with De Niro and The Score with Robert De Niro and what's his name? The guy in Fight Club. I don't know why the names escape me right now, but I love that movie. And that was actually Marlon Brando's last movie before he passed away. The Score. Hoosiers is great. Yeah. What's going on, Jacob? Man, thanks for popping in. No, not Pitt. Edward Norton. Pitt's co-star in Fight Club. He was in The Score. But of course, Pitt is also in Fight Club. Yeah, Edward Norton, yeah. What's the possibility that Sanders drops to the 4th? I mean, I would say it's likely. I mean, look, and again, as the draft goes along, like I guess anybody could take him because at this point he's valued as a backup, at least to start his NFL career in terms of draft slot. So I guess anybody could take him. But in terms of teams that kind of need a quarterback, you have Pittsburgh. They're coming up in 3 picks, so that would be the next possible spot. And then after that, I mean, the Rams maybe. New Orleans, but we all know New Orleans said they're not taking him, man. Cleveland. I mean, I have no idea where he's getting drafted at this point. He might fall to day 3. He may very well fall to day 3. Let's see. I may call the Boston. I'm not going to call every game, Justice, but I may call a game or 2 of the Boston series. I may, if we get to Boston. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. We still got to win 2 more games against Detroit. But Boston's going to be tough to beat, man. Boston's going to be tough to beat. The Knicks obviously have to find a way to get a split in Boston. They got to win one of those games. Can't go back to New York down 0-2. And they haven't been able to sniff a win against the best teams this year. I think they're like 0-16 against Boston, the Thunder, like all the top teams. They didn't win a single game this year. I haven't really seen many people upset about taking Alexander. I guess some people seem to have wanted to take an offensive lineman, but I don't think many people are upset with that pick. Corp says, am I in the hot tub time machine or Back in the Future? Because I feel as though the New York Giants is going back to basics. Hot tub time machine. There's another. The sequel wasn't very good. The original was funny. And it does seem they're getting back to their identity. The Giants finally have an identity again. They got the pass rush. 8 Men Out. Ray, I saw it once. That's the baseball movie. That's the one about the White Sox, right? I saw it once. If that's the movie that I'm thinking it is. I haven't seen it in a long time though. I think I saw it like when it first came out. If it's the movie I'm thinking, the White Sox scandal. Let's see. Defenders OC says, I don't fully remember. Did Charlie Ward declare for the NBA before the NFL draft? I don't think Charlie Ward was drafted. He of course won the Heisman Trophy when he was at Florida State as the quarterback. I don't think Charlie Ward was ever drafted. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think he was ever drafted. And Mike Nixon says, what's up, entertainer? Rumors have it Sanders had a terrible with us, felt entitled, and other teams as well. So I could see him not getting drafted. Dude, I guess anything's possible, man. That's why we watch the draft. But I have to think he gets drafted at some point. Just the guy says, if he's there, the Giants should take Sanders. Competition is never bad. How many quarterbacks you going to have on the roster? I mean, they already got 3. And it would just be unnecessary. You've already cemented Jackson Dart's our guy. We're going to pave the way for him. We're going to have a good mentor in Russell Wilson. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. Maybe if they didn't already have Winston on the team, you could at least argue that. They're not doing that. Romo was not drafted, I don't think, Ray. What about Eddie with Whoopi Goldberg? That's the Knicks movie, right? I've seen it. I remember liking it, but that came out when I was I think I watched that when I was like 10, 12 years old. That's when she gets to be like the coach or something, right? Of the Knicks. I remember liking it, but I haven't seen it in like 30 years. But I remember liking it. Or 20 years maybe. USFL looking to draft Sanders and make a comeback. LT just said no to Abdul. I mean, he better say no to Abdul, man. That's his number. He's not giving that up. You can't give up number 56. Is Trevor Etienne in the draft? Yeah, he is. And I don't believe he's been drafted. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't believe he's been drafted. Same plot as Sister Act. Yeah, very similar plot to Sister Act. We have 4 picks. All tomorrow, though. We don't have any more picks today. I'm just hanging out with you guys, shooting the shit, talking movies, talking Giants. Let's see. Spartan says, hey, Tana, what running backs you want the G-Man to draft? I mean, I got to see who's there. But if Scadaboo's there, I want Scadaboo. I love Scadaboo. He's one of my favorite running backs in this class. He kind of reminds me of another running back I really liked last year. I loved Corum as a prospect. He's a bigger, but both of those guys are really hard runners. Yeah, if Scadaboo was there, I'd be very happy if the Giants ended up with him. Titans on the board, and they take Kevin Winston Jr. out of Penn State. Just the guy says, didn't say they would said they would at some point. It's just a value thing. Yeah, no, I get it. I obviously think he's worthy of a pick at this point, but I just don't think the Giants will be the team to do it. Somebody will, but it won't be the Giants. Strider says, Chris, I don't mind the Carter pick, but he needs to develop pass rush moves like a bull rush. He is fast. I'll give him. Strider. I get that. But people said the same things about Micah Parsons, too, and he developed quite fine. But I agree. He needs to get better, but that you could say that about most rookies. If the Steelers don't pick Sanders at 83, he's going to drop to the 4th to 5th round at this point. Rappaport is saying something I can't hear. I don't know if he's talking. I mean, he probably is talking about Sanders just because of the Steelers on the clock, because they were the team that everybody thought could take him in the first round. This feels like it would be the Sanders pick. I'm assuming somebody would have said it in the chat by now, though, because they usually leak. So probably are not taking Sanders. It would be a good spot for Shador if he ends up with the Steelers. Lynn Swann, of course, famous for some of the most insane catches in NFL history in the 70s Super Bowls. Caleb Johnson, a guy who the Giants, he was a potential target for the Giants at 105. They had brought him in for a top 30 visit, running back. So I think Scadaboo's the last one left, if I'm not mistaken, of the running backs that they brought in for top 30 visits. So Caleb Johnson off the board. That was a possible target for the Giants tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, he was. Charlie Ward, man, he was like one of those guys, as far as the Knicks goes, he was one of those guys that just stuck around. Like, how long was Charlie Ward at Knick? I feel like he was a Knick for like, what, 8, 9, 10 years? He ended up with the Rockets, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think we ended up trading him to the Rockets late in his career. I forgot who was he in the – I forgot what trade he was in. I think he was in like a 3-team trade, and I think he ended up with the Rockets. But he was a Knick for a long time. Yeah, him and Childs used to platoon. Let's see. Sanders just got passed on by the Steelers at pick 83. I know. And Rodney says, where does our defense rank with what we have so far? I mean, it's so hard to say, because obviously the offense is going to, if the offense is awful, it's going to hurt the defensive ranking, so, but do I think in terms of talent, do the Giants have a top 10 defense in terms of talent? Yeah, I think they do. I mean, you've got Dexter Lawrence, who's arguably the best interior defensive lineman in football. You've got Brian Burns, who's a really good edge rusher. You had Abdul Carter, who projects to be a potential superstar. Kayvon Thibodeau's still a really good player. He got hurt last year. I get that. You add some more depth on the line here with our 3rd round pick, Golston. You dramatically improved the secondary in free agency, obviously with Adebo and the safety we brought in. So, like, on paper, I think we're a top 10 defense. Charlie Ward did play football. He won the Heisman Trophy for the Seminoles, but he was drafted to play basketball by the Knicks. Rogue says it's getting to the point, if we want Scadaboo, do we trade up for him? Probably not. I don't think we're going to trade up. But we could. I'm not saying we couldn't. We'll see. Maybe we do. Maybe there's a trade before the end of the night. but probably not. Picks in for the Chiefs. Hey, Chris, do you think teams are passing up on Shedeur Sanders because they fear Deion Sanders might take over their job? No, I don't think that's the reason. Deion Sanders may have something to do with it, but I don't think it's because they think he's going to take their job. No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. But just like the attention off the field that may scare off some teams. David Biago says, Hope all is well. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Chris, Charlie Ward was drafted first round by the Knicks and undrafted in the NFL. The joke was the Giants had Dave Brown and Kent Graham, and the Jets had Neil O'Donnell. Many said Charlie Ward was New York's best I remember that, actually. I remember that joke. Neil O'Donnell was on the 94, I think it was the 94 Steelers team that went to the Super Bowl. And then, or maybe it was 95. It was either 94 or 95 because the Cowboys beat the Bills, lost 4 Super Bowls straight. They, of course, Giants. They lost to Washington, and then they lost 2 straight to Dallas. So it had to be 95 because that was the last year that the Cowboys won the Super Bowl. 95, Neil O'Donnell was on that Steelers team. You had Bam Bam Morris was the running back. I'm trying to remember the receivers on that team. Jerome Bettis wasn't on the Steelers yet. I think Bettis was on the Rams at that point. I think he was drafted in 93. He wasn't a Steeler yet. But they had Bam Bam Morris. I can't remember that Steelers team. But, of course, Neil O'Donnell was the quarterback. And then the Jets signed Neil O'Donnell the very next year after the Steelers drafted Cordell Stewart. And Neil O'Donnell, flamed out with the Jets, just like every veteran quarterback flames out with the Jets. Let's see. But thank you. Yeah, he was. I mean, I don't have his stats in front of me, but Charlie Ward was with the Knicks for a good 7-8 years. Neil O'Donnell must have had money on the Cowboys winning the way he threw those. Oh, he was awful in that game. He was awful in that game. Why am I forgetting that Steelers team? Who was on that team? I can't even remember. I'm talking about on the offensive end. Of defense, you had Greg Lloyd, right? Greg Lloyd had to be on that team. I think they had Woodson, right? One of the best safeties. Pick is in for the Chargers. Yeah, it was the one Super Bowl that Barry Switzer won. You had Jerry Jones had a huge ego, and he got rid of Jimmy Johnson after the 2 straight Super Bowls. Switzer came in from Oklahoma, and then he ended up winning 1 Super Bowl, and then the Cowboys kind of fell apart after that. Oh, he was a rookie on that team? My mistake. So he was drafted in 95. And then they brought in, I don't think it was directly after that, but Tommy Maddox ended up going to the Steelers. He was for quarterback there for a short period of time. Cordell had 1 huge year with the Steelers. I don't remember what year it was, but he had 1 huge year with the Steelers where they had like the best record in the AFC. I want to say it was like, I don't know, 03, 04. Maybe a little bit before that. Let's see. How come people like the Steelers or Raiders aren't getting flack, not drafting Sanders? Maybe because they know either he's not good or he's too toxic. I mean, we don't know. Obviously there's more to it than just the talent, because talent-wise, even the biggest detractor of Shedeur Sanders, I think, would tell you he's worthy of a 3rd-round pick. Who are the Chargers taking here? Mick says Jerome Bettis. Jerome Bettis is one of my favorite running backs of all time. He wasn't on that 95 Steelers team, though. He was with the Rams at that point. Bucks are up 2-1 on Indiana. Did he change hoodies? He did. He came out with a Brewers hoodie. This is Melvin Gordon. He made I guess he's like the former famous player for the Chargers is making the pick. He came out with a Brewers hoodie for the first pick, and this pick he came out with a Wisconsin Badger hoodie. Good. He shouldn't wear that. The Steelers almost, if I recall, I love talking about old football when I grew up watching it as a kid. If I recall, that Steelers team that made that Super Bowl, they almost lost in the AFC Championship game to Jim Harbaugh with the Colts. Harbaugh, he threw up a Hail Mary to close out that game. I think the Colts were down by less than one score. And it bounced around like 3 sets of hands, and they almost pulled it off, like a Hail Mary to close out the AFC Championship game. Steelers ended up winning, and then of course got smoked in the Super Bowl. Picks in here for the Packers, 87th pick overall, 3rd round. And if we, the Giants, go 2-6 in the first half this season, do you think we tank for Archie and keep Jax for a backup? No, I don't. No, I don't think the Giants are going to tank. There's no way. There's no way. Brian Dable's job's on the line. He can't tank. No. They're not going to tank. They may suck, but and maybe they only win 3 or 4 games. But no, they're not going to intentionally lose. I remember when they called him Jim Horrible when he was a Bear. Wasn't Jim Harbaugh's nickname Captain Comeback, if I'm not mistaken? I didn't get to see Harbaugh with the Bears. Where I remember Harbaugh from is towards the tail end of his career when he was with the Colts. Check Jordan Schultz. Let me take a look. Jordan Schultz also follows me. Baddog was talking about how Jordan Schultz follows him. To be fair, he also follows me, which I didn't realize. He follows 109,000 people. So that, but still cool. He follows me. What did he say? Giants legend Lawrence Taylor says he won't let Abdul Carter wear number 56. I mean, he shouldn't. He's got to earn, he's the face of the franchise. He's the greatest defensive player of all time. He's earned the right to have that number retired. So I'm good with that. I agree with that. So that's a good thing. I don't need Abdul Carter having unnecessary pressure to live up to that number. So that's a good thing. Yeah. I wanted to look at something else, but I forgot I was going to look at. Oh, I wanted to see if Joe Thomas still follows me. Yes, he does. This, to me, is the coolest thing. Joe Thomas, the former offensive tackle, of course, one of the greatest tackles of all time, he follows me. That was cool when I found that out. I've never talked to him, but that was cool. Let's see. Lou says, Tana, we killing it. M-ball drop. We'll see, man. We'll see, Lou. I forgot about him. He's still available. I thought he was in play at 65. That could very well be the pick, Lou. You might have just hit on it tomorrow. If he falls to us. He was about 10 minutes before I said, oh, no, we're going to go with the D tackle. That's why I thought we were going to go with at 65. I forgot that he hasn't gone yet. He probably would be the pick if he gets to 105. Caleb Ransaw out of Tulane. What's up, Scott, man? Oh, good call. That's right. Melvin Gordon did go, which would explain why he's wearing the Milwaukee Brewers outfit and the Wisconsin Badger outfit. So did Jonathan Taylor. Wisconsin historically has a lot of great running backs. The Giants, unfortunately, picked the wrong one. Incredible collegiate running back. Didn't work out in the pros. Mr. Ron Dane. Although he was part of Thunder and Lightning in 2000, even though we all know that Tiki was the better of the two. Chris says, who's going to start at guard? Neil, I think it's Van Roten. For sure. Neil will get reps, and Neil will probably get an opportunity to play at some point this year, but I don't think he's going to be the opening day starter. I think the Giants go with the same group that they had last year to start the season. Spaz Out says, if I'm the Giants, I'm trading back in the 4th round. We got no picks in the 5th. It all depends, Pat. It all depends on who's there, like, and how, if you have a cluster of players that you're like, yeah, I like 7 or 8 guys pretty equally, then you certainly entertain trading out. But if there's a guy on your board you have, say, ranked 60, 65, and there's nobody in the, he's above like the next 8, 9, 10 guys, you stick and pick. So it all depends on what their board is, right? And how high a certain player is that's available when they're picking. Picks it for the Jaguars. Bleed Blue says, I haven't been this excited for a season since the playoff run. The playoff run was so fun, man. That was one of my favorite years as a Giants fan. It really was. And it was obviously all for naught. Like the team fell apart after that, but that was such an unexpected season, and in the middle of just awful football. First year with Dable and Shane, completely unexpected run. That was not near the Super Bowl years, of course, but that was a really enjoyable season. Picks in for the Jaguars. Pick 89. Wyatt Millham out of West Virginia. Are we fighting the next Puka Nacua tomorrow, or are we going all in on O-line and backfield? Who knows, man? I mean, I think we will definitely take at least one offensive lineman tomorrow. And I think we will more than likely take a running back, but they could certainly take a wide receiver with one of their other picks. Who knows? And maybe we will fund the next Puka Nacua. Welvin says, agreed. That was my second favorite year since 2012. Other was probably 2014. Well, since our last Super Bowl, I wonder. I think since our last Super Bowl, I think 2022 was my favorite year. I mean, 2015 was a better team because they had a dominant defense. But I think I like the 2022 team more than the 2015 team. Just because of how unexpected it was. I think that's kind of sad. It was a team that won 9 games and won a playoff game, but I think the 2022 team was probably my favorite Giants team since our last Super Bowl. That's not good. We've got to strive for better than that. It was our last playoff win since our last Super Bowl, right? So, J-Man says, I kind of feel bad for Sanders now. I do too. I hope it works out. I hope he lands somewhere and it works out, but yeah, I kind of feel bad for him. Brian says, entertaining. I've been watching you since 21 draft when I was a junior in high school, and I finally made the big screen. That's awesome, man. Well, thank you for watching, man. Thank you for the support, and hopefully if you're in college, hope you're doing well in college, man. Rams are up here at pick 90. Yeah, Ron Dane was a bust, man. I think he is. Let me double check that, but you're the second person that asked me that question. I think he is, though. Yes, he is. The top running backs right now, Scattaboo, at least according to the big board on ESPN, Scattaboo. You have Sampson out of Tennessee. He's more of like a explosive running back. Devin Neal out of Kansas, DJ Giddens, Jordan James, Damian Martinez. He's bigger. I think he's like 235. He's a pretty big back. Actually, no, not as big as I thought. 217. And then Trevor Etienne is ranked the 8th best running back according to ESPN available. I would like Scattaboo if he falls to us, if we elect to go with that position at 105. What do you mean he was part of Thunder and Lightning? That was the I'm not getting the nickname wrong, right? That was the nickname, wasn't it? With the I thought that was the nickname for the backfield. Yeah, Thunder and Lightning in 2000, the Giants. Tiki Barber and Ron Dane. Ron Dane wasn't very good, but he was Thunder, and Tiki Barber was Lightning in 2000. Yeah, Earth, Wind, and Fire, of course, with Derek Ward and Brandon Jacobs and Ahmad Bradshaw. That 2000 Giants team has got to be. I love that team so much. You can't put it above the Super Bowl teams, though. You just can't. You can't put it above the 07 and the 11 Giants. But that 2000 Giants team was the first Giants team like I loved. I was 15. That team was so much fun. 12-4. They won their last 5 games. The guarantee by Fossil. The 41-0 game against, of course, the Vikings in the NFC Championship game. Ike Hilliard, Amani Toomer. Of course, Dane and Barber, like we said. Kerry Collins. Who was the why am I not remembering this? I absolutely should. Who was the tight end on the why it was before Shockey? Why am I not remembering it? Who somebody say it. Who was the tight end on that team? Michael Brocker's here making the pick for the Rams. Of course, the defense, you had Hamilton, Armstead, Strahan, Sehorn. Oh, Howard Cross. Yeah. Howard Cross. Howard Cross played forever for the Giants. He played forever for the Giants. No, Howard Cross was on the 2000 team. I don't know if he was the number 1 pass-catching tight end, though. He was on the 2000 team. I think it was his last year, actually. 2000, if I'm not mistaken. If not 2001. Yeah, Sanders still not drafted. Shockey wasn't on the 2000 team. Shockey got drafted in... Maybe he was. No. I think he was drafted the next year, right, Shockey? Or the year after that. I think he was on the 02 team. I think that was his rookie year. Dan Campbell was on that team, correct. They didn't really have a big pass-catching tight end on that team. The offense, I mean, obviously, Tiki Barber had a ton of catches. Hilliard, Toomer, They didn't really throw the ball to the tight end very much on that team. Darius Alexander's all right. That's right, man. Ravens picking here at 91. Bear Pascal. Well, Martellus Bennett wasn't, that was after that team, but yeah. Yep, the holding call changed the entirety of that game. Brian says Ollie Gordon led FBS second touchdown 21-6.1. Greg Camella was the fullback. He wasn't a tight end, he was the fullback. But back then, fullbacks were used in a similar fashion to like a blocking tight end would be used today, because tight ends are kind of, outdated at this point. But yeah, he was the lead blocker for Tiki Barber. Let's see. Sanders taught everyone a lesson tonight. Be humble, yeah, that's for sure. Pete Mitchell. Okay. Yeah, Ike Hilliard out of Florida. Was Hilliard the draft? I think they got Hilliard. Was it Hilliard and Barber were in the same draft, or was it Toomer and Barber were in the same draft? I always forget. I know Barber was a second-round pick out of Virginia, and I think it was Hilliard and Barber were in the same draft. Toomer was 96, I think. I think we took Hilliard out of Florida and then Barber out of Virginia in the same draft. Here's Sean Alexander. There's a great running back. I think you're right. I think it was Toomer. I think you're right, actually. I think it was Toomer and then Barber. I think you're right. Because Tiki played for the Giants for a good 2-3 years before he really started to carve out a role. 99-2000 is when he started to get utilized more. I think you're right. Jalen Milroe. So another quarterback goes before Shedeur Sanders. Jalen Milroe goes to the Seahawks. And he'll be a nice wrinkle to that offense. Obviously, Darnold's the quarterback, but he's a guy that you could utilize in the red zone. Obviously, a tremendous runner. And a guy that maybe you could mold into a long-term starter at the quarterback spot. But so Jalen Milroe goes to the Seahawks. Wow. 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 You're right. Jason Garrett was quarterback 3 on the 2000 Giants. So now they got 4 quarterbacks. They got Sam Howell, Drew Lock, Jalen Milroe, and of course Sam Darnold. They'll carry at least 3 because, like I said, they're going to use Milroe probably his rookie year like a Taysom Hill. They'll use him. Wow. Wow. Jalen Milroe goes before. Crazy, man. I saw that. I don't know if he sent the new one, but I saw that before I went live. I laughed at it. AP says the Giants will UDFA Sanders. No, they won't. He's gonna get drafted somewhere. God, man. I mean, who's left at quarterback? You still got Dylan Gabriel. You still got Will Howard. Who else? Who am I forgetting? Gabriel Howard. Shuck already went. Milrow already went. Who am I forgetting? Oh, Ewers. Yeah, Quinn Ewers. Randy, have a good night, man. McCord. Yeah, McCord as well. This is crazy, man. Pick is in for the Saints. Are they going to do it? Riley Leonard. Yeah. You might be right, Ray. I think we're going to go with the lineman. I mean, if he gets there at 105, or Scattaboo. If Scattaboo is not picked by tonight, I think he's going to be the most popular target for a lot of Giants fans tomorrow. But we'll see if he gets picked. But I'm leaning we'll go offensive line. Picks it for the Browns. I might as well finish the draft at this point. We've got another, 6 picks, 7 picks, whatever it is. Hilliard and Barber are 97. Okay, so I was right. I was wrong on the year, right on the combination. Yeah, because Toomer was a second-round pick, wasn't he? I think Toomer was a second-round pick, which Barber was, of course, as well. So that's why I didn't think they were the same draft. Who was the first-round pick with Toomer? Toomer was the year before. He was 96. 95 was Cedric Jones, 5th overall, which was one of the worst Giant picks in franchise history. He was blind, or he had like a blind spot in his eye. So, I mean, that was, so you can't really, injury, of course. But who was the first round pick in 96? My what's your top 5 movies of all time? My top 5 movies of all time. I mean, that is such a I don't know, man. I like way too many movies. That's too hard. I almost want to break it down by genre or director. That's too hard, man. I mean, I love anything Quentin Tarantino for the most part. I think Kill Bill's a little like it's pretty good, but I personally think it's a little overrated. But I love obviously Django Unchained, Inglourious Bastards, Pulp Fiction, The Hateful Eight, the Hollywood, and of course Lord of the Rings. I always say that's my favorite trilogy of all time. Mission Impossible is my favorite action series of all time. There's too many movies, man. There's too many movies for me to come up with a top 5. The Matrix is one of my most jaw-dropping movies the first time I saw it. Of course, you've got Inception, I love. Christopher Nolan's made a lot of good movies. It's just too many. It's too many good movies, man. What you got? Why is the name? I mean, of course, the Mafia Casino's great, but why is Why does it escape me? It won Best Picture with Jack Nicholson, Mark Wahlberg, uh, Leonardo DiCaprio, um, The Irish Mob. Why? I mean, Departed. Love Departed. I've probably watched that movie 15 times. That's got to be up there for me. There's too many good movies, man. So, Browns quarterback room, you got Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, and Joe Flacco. I don't know why they're showing that. Well, I guess the pick is in. They're talking about potentially Shador Sanders going there, I suppose. Bronx Tale's great, of course. Yeah, I saw The Irishman. The Irishman was good. I wouldn't say it was great. The Irishman kind of felt like I have to watch it again to be fair. I only watched it once. It was very long. It was like, and to be fair, you expect that when you see a Scorsese movie, right? I mean, what was the one he just made with DiCaprio about the Native Americans, which was very good. Killers of the Flower Moon, that was like 3.5 hours. So you expect that when you see a Scorsese movie, but it almost felt like forced in a way. It was good, but I don't think it was great. There's Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel just went before Shador Sanders. Oh my God. Dylan Gabriel. This is crazy. Oh my God, man. What's with these highlight? Oh, they're showing his father. Okay, I was like, what's with these highlight clips? They look like they're from 1970. It's his dad who played quarterback. Dylan Gabriel, man. Wow. I mean, New England could take him, right? I mean, they did draft Joe Milton last year after drafting Drake, man. Then they flipped Joe Milton. I wouldn't put it past New England to take Shador Sanders. I don't think they will, but I wouldn't put it past them. Dylan Gabriel. Jarrett Wilson, center out of Georgia. We're almost done, man. We got another 5, 6 picks, and then we'll know some of the most popular names that are left for us before the draft tomorrow at noon. Yeah, B-Rog, I'm shocked too. I was definitely prepared to see Shador drop as the draft got closer, obviously, with all the stuff we heard. Not like this. I thought there was a good chance he could get into the second round, early second round. There's a trade here. Does Shador finally go? That's the biggest question at this point. I don't think he's going to go to Atlanta, but maybe. I mean, maybe. The Raiders have 2 picks in a row coming up. That would be like the biggest slap in the face to Shador Sanders. The Raiders, who clearly need a long-term answer at quarterback, have 2 picks in a row to close out the third round after these next 2 picks. Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame, I liked him. He's a good player. I'm surprised he went this late. He's a good player. I don't know where he was supposed to go, but he's a good player. Wow. Ray, I can't wait to see. Not that I'm happy about this. I'm not rooting for the kid's failure, but I can't wait to see. I haven't watched it yet. Everybody's talking about what's his name, Kuiper's reaction. I'm gonna watch that after this stream. So the pick is in here for the Texans. I mean, not gonna take him. You obviously have C.J. Stroud. You think, David? Owen Daniels, he was a pretty good player for the Texans. He was tight end with Matt Schaub, and Andre Johnson, of course, was on that team, and Arian Foster. That was a good Texans team. Jalen Smith out of USC, cornerback. Does it happen, chat? Does it happen? The Raiders have 2 picks in a row. With 5 picks to go here in the third round before we close out the night. Does Shador Sanders go to the Raiders with one of those 2 picks? Because if he doesn't, I don't know if he's getting drafted. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like he's getting picked here with one of these picks. Sanders is still available. And Rob says, I want to check out Sanders' rumors when Baddog left. Apparently, he was a gigantic a-hole in his interviews. Worst interview I've ever had, NFL or not. Quote Pella said, yeah, I know. That's what they've been saying. That's what they've been saying. Very unusual, Joe. Very unusual. Eagles going to draft Sanders, Elvis says. They still have a pick, right? They could. I mean, you want to talk about a slap in the face if the Raiders don't take him with 2 picks in a row? I think it's going to happen. I think they're going to close out. They're going to pick him with one of these 2 picks. But maybe not. NFL did this on purpose to get everybody to watch until the end of the 3rd round, and now they're going to take him. You watch. I think the Raiders are going to take Will Howard and Quinn Ewers with these 2 picks. They're going to take 2 quarterbacks. Neither one's going to be Shador, just to rub it in his face. I'm kidding, of course. Here we go. I mean, the Raiders just seems like such a natural fit. Everybody compares him to Geno Smith from a skill set standpoint. He worked out with Tom Brady. Like Tom Brady told him, like all his mechanics. It's a big city that it just feels like a natural fit. They kind of need a quarterback of the future. He could sit and learn behind Geno now for 2 years without any kind of pressure. It feels like an ideal fit, but maybe he's that bad of an interviewer. Hey, Pete Carroll. I mean, he made 3rd round magic out of Russell Wilson, right? And Boogie says, here's Shador badly unprepared for Dable. That's what I heard too, Lou. Apparently they got into a little bit of a fight. Not fist fight, obviously, but like a verbal altercation from what I read. Here we go. Will Howard and Quinn Ewers with these 2 picks. They didn't go with Shador with the 1st pick. Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech. He's not getting drafted tonight. If the Raiders pass him, he ain't getting drafted tonight. This is insane, man. Ray, I think he's a guard. Now, here I have a question. You want to talk about wasting time at the NFL draft? The Raiders had back-to-back picks. The same guy's announcing the picks. He comes out with one envelope. He makes the pick. He goes back behind the curtain. He grabs another envelope. Why didn't you just come up with the two envelopes? Charles Grant, tackle out of William and Mary. So the Raiders don't take Shador. So there's 3 picks left. The Niners, the Eagles, and the Vikings, and that's it. Intern says Sanders should have never sat out the guy. That certainly seems like it was part of it. I know I'm nitpicking, Joe. I'm having fun. I am nitpicking. I'll be honest about that. But he should have came out with the 2 envelopes. Like if that was me, if that was you, if you were a mail carrier, you'd probably go to the house with both envelopes. Let's see. B-Rog says they aren't picking court. It doesn't seem like it, man. And Tim, FDW, man, thank you very much, man, for the $2 donation, man. I appreciate it. Of course I like the 3rd pick. We got Abdul Carter, man. Is the Pope Catholic? 49ers on the clock here at pick number 100. You got to go to a commercial. I know I'm nitpicking again. But there's 3 picks left. Let's go. Let's get it over with. Come on. Damn, the hate against Shador. I did not see this coming, Stan. Did not see this coming. There's got to be more to it than just hate, though. You don't drop out of the 3rd round just based off of hate. There's more to it than that. And Team FDW, man, thank you very much, man. Teams are trying to teach Sanders a lesson. Seems that way, man. Seems that way. Wow. The Washington Wizards are signing Shador Sanders. That would be the ultimate slap in the face. I think it's offense. I saw somebody ask, "What's our biggest need right now?" I think it's offensive line. Crazy, Marquise. Didn't see this coming. Did Sanders wear a MAGA hat or something? I mean, that would probably get him drafted high by a lot of teams, right? I mean, seems like Bosa was the 1st overall pick. I don't know if that's what it is. Larry J says, imagine sliding further than Johnny Manziel and snubbed by the same team who needs a quarterback worse than they did in 2014. Brutal. Yeah. Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow went in the 1st round. It's more than just film. He's dropping the interviews. That has to be it. Picks in for the 49ers. I agree. I think that's a big part of it. I think that's a big part of it. If it was any other position, Mr. Styles, I don't think it would be that frowned upon by the owner, by the GMs and coaches. But the fact it's the quarterback, a position that you got to be first in, last out. I think that's I don't know if it's I don't think it's the only part of it, but I think that's a big part of it. I agree with you. I think the social media hurt him. Edward says, which offensive line free agent do you like? Not free, you mean in the draft? I mean, I think if I had to pick if we're going offensive line, it's going to be the guy I said earlier that I thought we could go with at pick 65. I think he's still available. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but Marcus Membo, the dude from Purdue, he was the first guy we brought in for a top 30 visit. He's still on the board. So I think he could very well be the pick for the Giants at 105. Scatterboo too, though. I mean, if you those are the two biggest names for the Giants, I think, at pick 105 right now in terms of available players that they could potentially take. Somebody said, "What did Shador do?" I don't know. Maybe he slept with Roger Goodell's wife. I don't know. He did something he shouldn't have done. Picks in here for the Denver Broncos, and then we got one more pick, and we call it a night. Minnesota. What round did we get Tracy? We got Tracy in the 5th round last year. Savion Jones out of LSU, edge rusher. Last pick, guys, and it's Minnesota. So I don't think they're taking Shador. He might. Listen. Somebody in the chat said he's getting blackballed. I understand why fans feel that way at this point. I mean, my God, it feels like, and again, we don't. To be completely fair, we don't know all the specifics. We don't know what transpired at the interviews. We don't know. But I'm stunned he hasn't been drafted yet. Stunned. Pick is in here for the Vikings. Colby says, let Shylock go before Shador, please. That would be insane, man. Pick is in. I'm with you, Blue Collar. I'm not rooting for it, man. I didn't want to see this guy dropping out of the top 100 picks. Who's the pick? And that's it. Felton out of Maryland is the last pick of day 2. So for the Giants, which is all we care about, you've got. I think you're either going to go with the lineman out of Purdue or Scadaboo. I think those are the two favorites going into tomorrow. Let me look at the other top 30 visits real quick. I don't know where Kobe King's being mocked, but they have him and he was a top 30 visit out of Penn State, a linebacker. Carson Bruner, they're both still available. Corey Black out of Oklahoma State, cornerback still available. I think both safeties are gone, if I'm not mistaken. They came in. Quarterback, we're not concerned with. We already took one. Running back, the only I think Ollie Gordon is still available. I don't think Gordon are still available. Those were top 30 visits. Savion Williams just got picked. He was a top 30 visit. Elijah Royal got picked. Donovan Jackson. I think it's either going to be the dude from Purdue or Scadaboo, if I had to guess. At pick 105. That's what I think it'll be. But we'll find out tomorrow. We will find out tomorrow. But my God, man, what a stunner. What a stunner tonight with but for the Giants, love it. Love what the Giants did first two nights in the draft. Love what the Giants did. They end up with a really good defensive tackle. They get the arguably the best player in the draft at number 3, and they end up with the quarterback that they coveted at 25. So I like what the Giants have done. We'll find out what happens tomorrow. But guys, I'm gonna get some sleep, man. I am exhausted. I worked all day today. Came on here, hung out with you guys. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We'll be on early. I think the draft starts at 12, right? So we'll be on early. Hang out with you guys for day 3. It'll be just as long as today, maybe longer. Yeah, I love that pick, Michael. I love I love all our picks. So I won't use the term love for Dart, but it's a pick I'm fine with. They when they got their quarterback, they didn't give up too much to get him. I love the Abdul Carter pick. So yeah, I like what we've done thus far. But guys, have a great rest of your night. See you guys tomorrow. And I may get drafted tomorrow before Shedeur Sanders. I don't know. I'm gonna put in a call. And we'll see how it works out. But if not, hopefully Shedeur gets drafted at some point tomorrow. But guys, have a great rest of your night. Be good.